San Francisco Opera. I am the General Director of the Opera, Matthew Schilbach, and I'm so happy to welcome you to our Beyond Innocence Symposium, whether you're here in the Taube Atrium or if you are watching online. This is a unique and a critical opportunity to engage in dialogue around one of the most important questions of art and culture. How do the arts intersect with the broader world? And how do the arts allow us to make sense of that world? The arts are a window into the soul, and they can resonate on a personal level. How does an artwork make each of us feel? And on a collective level, how does an artwork help us to make sense of our shared realities, and potentially inflect those realities, and even change the world? We come together today around this extraordinary new opera, Innocence, which has its American premiere tomorrow here at San Francisco Opera. This is a piece that has been lauded by the New York Times as a masterpiece that has captivated audiences across Europe and that leaves audiences emotionally stunned, deeply affected, and perceiving issues around gun violence, trauma, and bullying in very different ways. In presenting this piece, Innocence, we knew that this would be one of those moments in which the experience should not just be limited to the work on stage. The opera provides a lens into an issue that sadly impacts so many people in so many communities, particularly here in America. The opera is an invitation into a profoundly connected conversation around the circumstances that lead to gun violence and the lifelong impacts that result. This is an opera that invites dialogue, and our gathering today is part of our response to that invitation. We're honored to be collaborating not only on this symposium, but on all of the events happening around Innocence with some fabulous partners. Today's event is co-presented with San Francisco Opera, Live Free USA, and Lumahai Productions. And I'm thrilled that it's been co-curated by Pastor Mike McBride of Live Free, Ryan Marchand, the opera's head of diversity, equity, and community, who will share more about our other partners, and Elena Park of Lumahai. They've brought together an amazing array of speakers and performers whom they'll introduce in a moment. Innocence is a journey that extends back for me 9 years. It was in 2015 when I met with composer Kaija Sariaaho next door in the Opera House before a performance that she and her husband Jean-Baptiste Barrière were seeing. I asked her what she was working on, and she began to tell me about this extraordinary opera that she was conceiving with Sophie Oksanen as librettist and her son Alexis Barrière as dramaturg. As she described to me this tale, which in some ways is of two mothers finding their paths forward after an unimaginable tragedy, as I felt the deep resonance that she was feeling for the potential of this story, I knew in that moment that it was something that we must bring to this stage. And I'm so proud that we have, and that the company has come together in such a collaborative way to bring to life one of the most important operas of our time. Kaija very sadly passed away a year ago, almost exactly to the day. And we present not only the opera, but also these conversations in her memory and in her honor. I want to extend immense gratitude to Ryan Marchand and the DEC team at the opera, Ellen Presley and all of those at the opera who have worked on this, Elena Park and Jeff Tang at Lumahai, our project advisor Jennifer Lynch, and Live Free and all of our national and local community partners who have worked tirelessly to produce this deeply meaningful set of conversations that will allow us to explore the intersection of art and life. They've done so with care, with intention, with purpose, and with courage, and I'm so grateful for their leadership. Innocence is a work like none other. Ultimately, its transcendence comes from its unique intersection of music, text, and drama. I can't wait for you to experience it and to be a part of it. And I'm so grateful that we all have this chance today to explore and to deepen our understanding of the issues it illuminates. I'd love to know what you think, and both of the piece and of our conversations, and would welcome you to email me directly at matthew@sfopera.com with any thoughts. So thank you all, both here and online, for taking the time to be part of these important dialogues. I'm so happy to welcome you to San Francisco Opera, and I'd now like to turn it over to Elena Park.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I love that Matthew said that we're here for a profoundly connected conversation, because I feel like as we were dreaming up what might make sense using the opera as a springboard and a catalyst for us to address pressing issues of the day that are of interest to all of us, and gather people together who come from different perspectives, artists, activists, organizations, members of the general public, to gather and talk. And we encourage you during the breaks and at the reception after to meet and make connections, because we are hoping, as Matthew said, that what happens today extends far beyond the doors of this room and the Opera House. So the title of the symposium is Beyond Innocence, the Power of Community and the Arts and the Prevention of Gun Violence. It's hard to come up with a subtitle that encapsulates everything that we're trying to touch on today, and obviously you could spend lots of time on any of these individual subjects that will be explored in the panels. But when we came up with the idea, Pastor Mike McBride immediately said, "I'm in, what do I have to do?" And our advisor, Jen Lynch, was generously offering her ideas and connections with me and Ryan and the team to kind of figure out how to put together the day. And the subtitle of the event should be "Everyone Said Yes," because I think with only one exception, everyone was like, "Sure, sign me up." And I think that's a testament to both the power of Kaija Sariaaho's work itself, and also the goal of this company to try to reach beyond the Opera House and make connections and talk about things that are relevant, which, you know, the opera isn't always thought of as something that's deeply of today or relevant, but it certainly can be. And I've been watching that happen with pieces like Omar by Rhiannon Giddens and Michael Abels, and Gabrielena Frank's opera about Frida and Diego, and the amazing work that the DEC team here has been doing. Pastor Mike McBride and David Milholland, I found out, just got off a plane. They were speaking at the Department of Justice about issues about gun violence prevention, so I feel like they came straight from DOJ and came to the opera, which is great. Last thing I would say is I've been working in opera for a long time, both in New York and here, and this is an unusual gathering and an unusual moment, and thinking of opera as like a town square is a thrilling idea for me. So I want to turn it to my colleague and friend, Ryan. He and the DEC team do amazing work day in, day out. It just happens to be a very public forum today. So, Ryan.
Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you to everyone for being here today. I work with an incredible team. I want to give a shout out to our project manager, Heather Kelly Laws. We're really inspired by this notion of using the opera as a platform and a catalyst to discuss issues. And when we first saw Innocence, we were struck by the characters in the world of this opera and the way that they're so stuck in their trauma, unable to move beyond. And that elicited some questions within us. We wanted to know what happens to a community when they're faced with atrocity. How might that community begin to heal? And how might healing be linked to the very notion of innocence or guilt? And we began researching, and we were guided by this notion from the Dalai Lama, actually, who says, quote, "The more evil the crime, the greater the opportunity for grace to inspire a transformative will to resist tyranny with compassion." And that's the thread that we wanted to follow, the notion of this empathetic approach that brings people together and acknowledges the capacity to create harm as innately human. So how might we focus on collectivity as prevention? And the answer to that is community. And I want to give a huge shout out to the incredible community partners that we've enlisted in Beyond Innocence and that we've had the honor of working with. That includes Collective Impact, Community Arts Stabilization Trust, or CAST, GIFFORDS Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, Live Free USA, and UCSF's San Francisco Wraparound project. You'll get to hear more about them later today and meet them throughout the day. They're all doing work in their respective realms to create that sense of connection and belonging. They're working to create peace and safety in communities, and they're the ones fostering the relationships that just might prompt someone who's desperate to reach out for help as opposed to a gun. So With that, it's inspiring the work that these organizations do, and I'd love to first start introducing you to a few of them: CAST, Collective Impact, and UCSF Wraparound. Thank you.
CAST started off with an idea. So where are we now? Almost 10 years later, we have raised approximately $45 to $50 million. We have 4 buildings that we've acquired and are stewarding as cultural centers in perpetuity. And we've been able to stabilize the operations for Counterpulse, Luggage Store Gallery, Performing Arts Workshop, Women's Audio Mission, Push Dance Company, as well as a number of organizations, both cultural and in community, that have been able to utilize affordable space. With 5 more projects in the pipeline, over the next several years, we will be stewarding with community 250,000 square feet that will be long-term, affordable cultural space. So that's the constellation that's exciting. That's the future of CAST.
Collective Impact was founded in 2007 to provide youth, families, and programs with the tools and resources they need to succeed. By activating community centers in the Western Addition and Hayes Valley, Collective Impact's initiatives include programs such as workforce development, providing paid internships and employment pathways for 18 to 24-year-olds. It includes Magic Zone, which supports students from kindergarten through 12th grade with after-school, summer, and literacy programs. And it includes Mo Magic, a collaborative of organizations that reduces youth involvement in the criminal justice system by convening the programs and services that help communities thrive. Collective Impact believes that when we come together as a community, we can create meaningful change.
I lost 5 family members within a 2-year period. Instead of me being part of the problem, I wanted to be part of the solution.
I grew up in the heart, in the middle of a lot of violence. I've been arrested, I've been shot at.
See one of my closest friends die in front of me before. Been in a lot of encounters like that though. It's kind of normal where I come from.
And I looked around and a lot of members of my community weren't there. They were deceased, they were in jail, they were hooked on drugs. That was my teachable moment.
When I was an intern here at San Francisco General Hospital, I met a 16-year-old boy, Michael, who came in violently injured. He was shot. He had this sense of hopelessness that he probably wouldn't live past 25 years. He made it out of the hospital in about 2 weeks. Right before the end of my rotation, he was again shot. It was powerful to me because I realized that violence is a chronic disease. It's an epidemic. As a trauma surgeon, we're well trained. We know what to do when somebody comes in violently injured, and we can save lives up front. However, as somebody who feels like they're at the bottom of the waterfall, you really want to figure out a little more upstream what you can do. The Wraparound Project is an opportunity and a way to reduce risk for people so that they don't end up back in the trauma center. It's a way of stopping the revolving door of violent injury.
We understand the community, we understand the dynamics, we understand we need to meet these guys where they're at.
We all live in these communities. We know the needs of these communities. To top it off, a lot of us have lived a life, so that plays a big role in the services we provide.
Thank you. It's so inspiring to see the work these organizations do, and this next organization is a co-presenter for Beyond Innocence. And in the world of opera, we're always talking about the power of stories and storytellers to change narrative, change the course of the world even. And one of the hardest stories, it seems, to tell today is that peace is possible. But this organization, they're shifting that narrative around peace and violence. They're shifting it with data, they're shifting it with metrics, but they're also shifting it with stories. And their stories insist that peace is possible. I'm so pleased to announce and introduce Live Free USA. Thank you.
So the Live Free campaign is a national campaign of hundreds of faith congregations and clergy who take seriously that we are called to be peacemakers in our community, that we all are gathering our voices together to help amplify this pain in America that is too often left underreported. And so we are hoping to elevate the voices of many, many loved ones who find their lives overdetermined by gun violence in urban communities. Less than half of 1% of a city's population is responsible for more than 60% of the violence. Our strategies are intended to structure the resources of a city, whether it's their police department, their public health department, their parole probation department, their district attorneys, to focus on the less than half of 1%.
It's my great honor and privilege to introduce our co-curator. Talk about a storyteller. He's just so enchanting. I could listen to him talk all day. He was named by the Center for American Progress as a top clergy leader in 2013, served on President Obama's Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships Council to address poverty in 2016. He's one of the national leaders in the movement to prevent gun violence and was recently featured as one of CNN's champions for change. Please welcome Pastor Mike McBride, Executive Director of Live Free USA.
All right. Well, it's exciting to be here with you all, and we're just so grateful to be in a place that so many of us have not been before. And so on behalf of myself and all the homies that are here, we just want to say, am I tearing up stuff already? We just want to say welcome and thank you for the invitation. I move around, so let me just, I'm gonna act like I'm at my black church on a Sunday morning. But so much love to Matthew and to Ryan and to the whole team, Elena and the great homie Jen and everybody that's made this possible. I certainly want to just offer some framing remarks for us. This title, Beyond Innocence, it makes me think about what does it mean to also think beyond guilt? And dare I say, if we are raising the issues of innocence and guilt for the collective, I also want to raise this idea of how do we move beyond our naivete. We are a collective community. We are living in the same city, the same region. And unfortunately, as Dr. King said back in 1967, there are two Americas. One could argue there are two San Franciscos. One could argue there are multiple versions of life that are happening around us all at the same time. And I'm reminded of the words by Rabbi Abraham Heschel that says that few are guilty, but all of us are responsible. Can you just say that with me? Few are guilty, all of us are responsible. This idea that we all have a role in helping one another move beyond innocence. We all have a role to help one another move beyond guilt. We all have a role to help one another move beyond naivete, to solve some of the most intractable problems that contribute to the traumatization of too many in our communities and our families. The idea that gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children in this country should cause us all to hang our heads in shame. And what is even more difficult to wrap my brain around this is that it's happening on our watch. I remember growing up in the Bayview Hunters Point community here in the 90s, and during that time, the crack cocaine epidemic had ravaged my part of the city and many parts of our city. And I remember walking to school. I graduated from Philip Burton High School when it was on Conklin Avenue, not where it's now, where's Woodrow Wilson High School, old school. I'm a unicorn. Me and Tanisha, we go back that far, living here in the city. But I remember as a young kid walking through the neighborhood and saying to myself, man, what are the adults doing to solve this problem? How is it that the adults are allowing this to happen? And now I realize at the age of 48, I am that adult. There are days and moments where I'm ashamed to be called a leader. Because what kind of leader cannot change these conditions? Few are guilty, but all of us are responsible. It reminds me of this anecdote, and I'm sure I heard it in a black church somewhere, because the black church is where everybody's stories are stolen and retold as or original story. But a man was walking along the bank of a river, and he saw a baby in the river. And he jumped in, saved the baby. Then all of a sudden, he saw another baby in the river. He jumped in and saved that baby. Kept walking along the bank, and then there were other babies that they saw, and people just started to jump in to save the babies. No one asked the babies who their parents were. No one asked the babies who they voted for. No one asked the babies what part of the city they lived in. They saw the drowning children and stopped whatever they were doing to ensure that the children would not drown. After this exercise, they began to ask themselves, who is throwing babies into the river? Someone had the brilliant idea. Yes, someone has to stay here and pull the babies out, but who's willing to go as far up the creek, up the mountain, and see who's throwing the babies in the river? Well, I want to invite you to ask yourself, based off of your social positioning, where are we in addressing the babies that are floating down the river? Few are guilty, but all of us are responsible. Today, I hope these conversations will push us to think very deeply about what is the most radical thing we are willing to do to keep babies out of the river of violence, trauma, and isolation. And appreciate that it is hard to care for a child if you're not willing to also care for their family. And so, what does it mean to now accept that families are our collective responsibility? What does it mean to actually live up to who we claim to be? San Francisco, my beloved city, the most progressive place in the world. But are we able to embrace and to accept that there is something more that we can do? This isn't about guilt. This isn't about innocence. To me, it's about shattering our naivete, learning more information that can help us become more informed on how we can better love one another, accept that love, and actually create the world that we want. And so I'm super grateful and excited to be able to share this space. We've invited some friends and comrades, some folks that are going to help guide us through this day with very powerful, expert, grounded conversations. But more than that, I hope that your hearts will be open, that your minds will be catalyzed, that by the end of today, you'll be willing to take an action with us, that you will, based off of wherever you're positioned, to get as far upstream as we can, and let's figure out ways to ensure that we all can collectively reduce this epidemic in this country and even in our own city, that is gun violence. Blessings to you all. Look forward to a great day. Let's get it cracking.
Thank you, Pastor Mike. Well, I'm glad that San Francisco Opera has given us an opportunity to do some of the things that Pastor Mike has talked about and to think deeply about these things. When I saw the opera first on a video from Aix-en-Provence, I was really stunned by the characters and the story and how it carried me all the way through to its five acts, no intermission, less than 2 hours. It just carries you on this stream, and you get so wrapped up with these people and their relationship to innocence and guilt and the suffering that they experience. We wanted to just show you a clip. I hope that you are all going to make it to the Opera House because the opera opens tomorrow and runs through June. But 2 little clips so you are in the world of the opera. The first scene is from about 15 minutes into the opera, where we meet 2 of the young people who are still haunted by the school shooting that has happened 10 years earlier. And you also see a wedding that is taking place in the present day. And then there's a short clip featuring a mother and a daughter. The daughter was one of the victims of the school shooting, and the mother is still haunted by the loss of her. So we'll see those clips, and then we'll get to talk to some of the people who created the opera.
Vivo todo de nuevo. Cada vez que huelo pintura fresca, mi mujer no entiende por qué retraso la remodelación de nuestra casa. Piensa que soy un flojo y que soy poco hombre. Vor 10 Jahren war ich etwas fülliger als heute. Ich trug eine Brille und hatte blondes Haar. Jetzt trage ich Kontaktlinsen und mein Haar ist schwarz. Und niemand erkennt mich. Mi novia quería una boda en una iglesia, con un órgano tocando y lluvia de arroz en las escalinatas. Nos casamos el año pasado, pero no en una iglesia, y no le dije a mi mujer por qué. No podía soportar la idea de estar en el altar, de espaldas a la puerta, de celebrar mi boda en un sitio donde pueda entrar cualquiera.
Vilma Yah, who you saw in that last clip, who plays the daughter, will be with us a little bit on in this afternoon to talk about playing that role and the depiction of trauma on stage. But now we're really honored to have 2 people who are integral in the creation of this opera with Kaija Sariaaho. We have Sophie Oksanen, the original Finnish librettist writer. If you're new to the opera, libretto was just a different word for text. And Aleksi Barrier, who did the multilingual libretto and the dramaturgy for the work. Sophie is a Finnish novelist and playwright. Her work has been translated into more than 50 languages, so it's been read by millions of people around the world. And among her many works is a work called Same River Twice, Putin's War on Women, which is a literary essay on colonialism and oppression. And Aleksi is a stage director and co-artistic director of a music theater collective based in Paris, and he specializes in innovative forms of interdisciplinary, intercultural collaborations. So please join me in welcoming Aleksi and Sophie to the stage. Even on a video clip, it is so moving and harrowing, the work that you've created together. So my first question for you is, what is your relationship or resonance with this particular story and subject matter?
Well, I live in Finland. It's ranked the happiest country in the world, and we have one of the lowest crime rates in the world. At the same time, we do have school shootings. We had the first school shooting in 1989 when I was a teenager, and after that we've had quite a few. We just had this spring a 12-year-old school shooter. So even though United States is a very different country compared to Finland, then we do share the same problem. I knew when I started to work with this project that we are going to have an international audience, so therefore I couldn't choose a topic that's only relevant to Finns. And I thought, because I mean we started the project already 10 years ago, so I understood also that I need to be able somehow to predict the future in a way that the topic needs to be relevant also when the premiere is actually, taking place. And unfortunately, I didn't feel like that school shootings are going to disappear from the world in a few years. I wish that would be the case, but it is not. And we also share another thing, Finns and the Americans, and that's the high number of guns. And the gun ownership in Finland is, again, amongst the highest in the world, so belong to the same group with countries like United States, Germany, and Finland. So I think there is a connection in this. So I felt that this is something I wanted to work on also because, well, if you think about the contemporary opera, then opera in general, there are not too many contemporary operas, and I as an artist, I think that it doesn't make sense to me try to produce something or create something that doesn't have a connection to what's happening around the world or what's happening in our lives.
I know doing pieces that had that real contemporary resonance was very important to your mother, the composer. Can you talk about her relationship to this subject and yours as well?
Well, it's interesting that we came to this topic and that Sophie found this way of addressing the question of violence and trauma through this topic. Because there was, from the onset, the idea, of course, of talking about our world, the world we see when we get out of our homes and that we see at our homes as well, of course. But there's this idea of wanting to make something that is choral, something that is collective, that treats the topic from a collective perspective. And so it was interesting to pick a form of violence that precisely is endured collectively through a mass shooting. It's self-explanatory, but also that is produced collectively. The collective production of violence is when. It's not like you wake up in the morning and just want to make an opera or you choose opera as a form because of the possibilities of that form. And in the history of that form, there has been, let's say, an exaggerated interest in individuals, in how violence is depicted as some person is jealous and kills the woman that makes him feel jealous, and usually it is the way around in the history of opera. It is not so much about a collectively experienced life, and it was really Kaija's intuition in the beginning of this project, and before she invited Sophie and myself to join and brainstorm about it, was to use the possibilities of the form, a form that is intrinsically polyphonic and that allows to have all those voices overlap and interact to talk about a collective experience, and namely, in this case, the collective experience of trauma and of how we co-produce violence. And Sophie created the perfect, I think, plot and storyline to delve into that through the means of opera.
So you have characters in this that speak and sing in multiple languages: English, Finnish, Czech, Romanian, French, Swedish, German, Spanish, and Greek, that allow for these multiple kind of points of view. I'm curious, in terms of these characters, Sophie, that you created, they're such fully formed characters. What is the way in, or how do you begin even envisioning who will be part of the story?
That's a good question. But when you start writing something, then you start to hear voices of different kind of people and different characters. And already the starting point of this production was well, when I asked from Kaija, like, okay, so what do you want to do? What kind of opera you want to do? And she didn't have too many guidelines, but there was one cornerstone, and that was that she wanted to write music to different languages. And that is why we needed to find a solution of how to create a story where it's natural to have multiple languages, and that is one of the reasons why the story is taking place in school. You can hear multiple languages in school. Well, I worked with, I've written about the consequences of violence, different kind of wars, about the war and human trafficking, since I wrote my first novel, about the consequences of sexual violence in my novel and play Purge, also available in English. It seems that this is something I always turn to, what bothers me in general is that when we think about the media space or popular culture, the focus is always on the perpetrator of the crime. When we think about true crime, how popular it is quite often focusing on the killer. When with even, Nordic crime is very popular, crime is popular in literature as well, and the focus is usually on the perpetrator. And I didn't find that interesting at all, also because I don't think they deserve that much space. Also, there's a danger of making them heroes simply because they get more space. And if you think about the victims and the survivors, their voice is not heard enough, let alone their families, their friends. It is always something that it's not only about one person as a victim or as a survivor, but around that person is the whole community, the family. So I wanted to focus on those people, those who deserve more space, more visibility, simply. And also what I think is that opera is a genre where we are focusing on the peaks of the stories. So when I'm writing a novel, I have to write the full mountain. But when if I write a libretto, I just write the peak of a mountain, and yet, because the libretto as a text is a very short text, and yet at the same time I have to know myself the whole mountain. So that makes writing a libretto different compared to novel, but I think that is also something that this metaphor might be something that actually has a connection to survivors and the victims, because, in popular culture, we get only the peak of that trauma, and not actually how it affects the people for decades, or how the trauma is transgenerational, for example. And that is something I wanted to work on, and then I just started to find different characters. And Kaija has always been interested in transgenerational issues. She likes to work with young people. We have a lot of young people on stage as well, and I encourage you who haven't ever been to opera, or maybe you know someone who's young and definitely is not interested in opera, then from feedback I've got from the previous performances, then I think that this might be the opera that your teenager might be interested in. Despite that, the fact that contemporary opera might sound less interesting, but I know that many young people have actually identified with the characters on stage.
Alexi, for people who aren't familiar with the story, can you talk about how the perpetrator is not portrayed?
Well, as Sophie said, it was really like something that at the beginning of the project was very clear from that we sort of need to remove that element to give room to all the rest. Because it's really crazy when you observe it and you see it in the staging, because they're playing a little bit with the idea of how much do we need to actually see this perpetrator, since he's being talked about all the time, and like for the sake of clarity, do we need to show him? And you see that immediately when you start opening that can of worms, or whatever the phrase is, you suddenly realize that the fascination is too big. Like, we are completely programmed to be fascinated by the monster, by the person who crossed the line, who committed those things that we will never do, and so on. And it's touching something really troubling in the human psyche, that's removing all the space and quiet that we need to actually listen to the unremarkable things that actually are at the center of this opera, which are the signs of trauma, which is the way skin tissue scars. That's not something that you usually watch. It's something that's complicated to find the right form to talk about. And Sophie created a device that allows us to go through the mosaic of these tiny little things of different individual stories that together form an image of what collectively and individually healing looks like. But that is just not something that works, that can be shown with the normal tools we had at our disposal to tell stories in the form of drama. It is, and because drama is based on events build up and dramatic release, and there is no dramatic release in this case. There are some revelations, we dig deeper in the truth. There's something like an investigation in which the audience is invited to take part in, but it is not about catharsis, because there's no such thing in real life. You actually live, as Sophie just said, you live for years with these things, and Kaija's music is ideal in exploring these slow processes. That's what her music has always been about. It's really a music that's not about, you know, creating tension and solving the tension in a big finale. Her music is about slow processes, about the scarring of tissues, about erosion, about redeeming in all the senses of the word. Taking something, mending it, and how one thing slowly becomes something else without you really noticing where the tipping point is. Like when you are grieving and you think about the person every day, and then one day you don't even realize you haven't thought about that person that day. You know, these slow things, this is what Kaija's music is about. So to dramatize that story through that music, it makes for, it's storytelling, it's beautiful storytelling, but it's more than that, it's experiential.
I have to say, one of my favorite things about her music is how time can shift and warp. I think it's just, she had such a mastery of that. In our final moments together, Sophie mentioned that the response has been quite strong. This is the 5th city that the opera will be played in, but it's the American premiere here. And I'm just wondering if you had any response to Pastor Mike's comment, few are guilty, but all of us are responsible.
I was just actually, I was going to quote say the same quote, so you stole my words, but definitely, actually, Pastor Mike's words reflect the opera in a nutshell, because it is about the collective responsibility. Collective responsibility is also one of the reasons why I felt like this kind of story should be in opera. Because, I mean, when there's a topic I know that I would like to write about, then I have to find the correct format. And novels are something that you read on your own. I mean, reading is a very private experience. But if you go to a theater or you go to an opera, you are experiencing something with other people. And it is also something that forces you to watch it. You can, of course, you can always leave, but usually people don't leave. So in a way that you are with other people and you are feeling their energy and you are also feeling the same or different emotions, but you are anyway. That is part of the magic of opera. But also everything that is put on stage, then I always have the feeling that something that people prefer looking the other way, then this is actually a subject that should be on stage. And if I think about that, the question about the responsibility, then that is definitely crucial. And I think already you are acknowledging that fact if you look at the story itself.
Alexi, final thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was also. It's striking how well that quote describes the ethos of this piece. And I must say, it's also beautiful that this is happening. I'll just want to say that shortly. That it is also part of the art form that we are opening a space, but sometimes we're just not opening it enough. But fundamentally, that's what a music score is. Like, it's the first thing you see when you open it is a list of people. We need someone to sing the high notes, and we need someone to play the bass, and someone to coordinate, and we need an audience. And it's a piece is an invitation, and this invitation should be extended to beyond the usual circles. And this really is the essence of doing something live and doing something that is about a collective experience, because we are ultimately trying to create a different collective experience than the one that we are describing. And especially in these times where, the collective psychology is so sensitive to very dangerous emotions, like fear and anger, and those emotions are very dominant at the moment around us. And we maybe don't have the right reflexes. We have this idea that we need leaders, and that the other side, they have their leaders, and we need leaders. And just thinking of maybe this piece is also about the fact that more than leaders, we need allies.
Well, thank you both for your beautiful work and Kaija's work as well. And I know it was your first opera libretto, so I hope there'll be more. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Early on in my team's research, we had the honor of meeting with folks from the GIFFORDS Foundation, and we asked them what would be one thing that you wish people could take away from something like this. And they shared that one of the most pernicious things about gun violence is the sense of hopelessness it creates. And so I just want to say that the speakers on this next panel represent the hope that exists in the face of gun violence. They're doing the work on the ground. So I'm really excited to introduce our first panel, but first, I'm really thrilled to be introducing our panel's moderator. We love her, we know her. She is the host of KQED's Forum. She's an award-winning journalist whose reporting covers a wide array of subject matters, and she puts particular emphasis on race and equity, and has covered and reported on gun violence in the Bay Area. Please help me welcome to the stage Mina Kim and our speakers in our first panel, Full Circle Advocacy, from Grassroots to Legislative Halls. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. That was such an incredible introduction, and what a privilege to be able to be in this space talking about gun violence in this context. It feels like such a great and thoughtful and important way for us to be having this conversation. And I have the incredible pleasure of introducing this panel who has been so committed to addressing this issue. Tanish Hollins is Executive Director of Californians for Safety and Justice. She's brought the voices of survivors of gun violence to the center of community engagement and public policy and advocates tirelessly for their voices to guide decision-making, resource allocation. She helps turn pain into power. And here's her organization's video.
Close your eyes and imagine a time you felt safe.
I always was safe with my brother.
Safe is being seen, feeling heard.
I feel safe when I'm able to provide for my family.
Seguridad es cuando tenemos todo lo que necesitamos.
To not feel safe makes you feel hopeless.
I was in an abusive relationship.
I've lost 2 brothers to gun violence. I still feel that pain today.
Mi hijo fue asesinado por la policía injustamente.
Safety is more than the absence of crime. It is the presence of well-being.
What helped stop my life of crime was resources.
Just Safe is about investing in things that make us all feel safe.
I feel safe when my family is home together.
Visit justsafe.org and tell us what safety means to you.
Please join me in welcoming Tanish Hollins. David Mohammed is Executive Director of the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, who helped lead a partnership of several organizations and was able to achieve a significant reduction in shootings and homicides in cities, including Oakland. Here he is describing his organization's work in this video.
Hello, my name is David Mohammed, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, a national nonprofit organization based in Oakland, California, but working in cities throughout the country. At NICJR, we work to reduce incarceration and violence and improve the outcomes of system-involved youth and young adults, and increase the capacity and expertise of the organizations that serve these individuals. NICJR provides assistance, consulting, research, organizational development, and advocacy in the fields of juvenile and criminal justice, youth development, and violence prevention. In the Bay Area, we also operate an innovative youth development and diversion program, the Neighborhood Opportunity and Accountability Board, that helps keep youth out of the system and be successful. Thank you.
Welcome, David Mohammed. Mike McLively is next to him, Policy Director at GIFFORDS Center for Violence Intervention, Senior Staff Attorney at GIFFORDS Law Center. He makes the case to lawmakers and others in positions of power for why they should support proven violence intervention strategies and policies. And here's his organization's video.
Gun violence in America shows no sign of slowing. Continuing epidemic of gun-related deaths that remains all too routine.
I've seen how gun violence destroys dreams.
Gabrielle Giffords, an extraordinary public servant, is battling for her life.
But after tragedy, we took action. The time is now. For 10 years, we've been fighting so people can keep dreaming.
Our organization was born after the shooting at Sandy Hook, a tragedy that left its mark on the nation.
This effort is not over.
But since that moment, we have made it our mission to turn tragedy into triumph. Through each obstacle, we have grown stronger, and with every challenge, we have fought harder. By working with our communities, through our courts, and with Congress, we have proven that gun safety is a winning issue and that working towards common ground and common sense should always be worn as a badge of honor. There are now more people on the side of gun safety, and the movement is only growing, not just in blue states, but across the country. And through our decade of accomplishments, we have proven that we are a nation ready to end gun violence. That safer schools, safer neighborhoods, and safer laws are possible as long as we keep working, keep speaking out, and keep moving forward.
Welcome, Mike McLively. All three of you have been so instrumental in showing us that we are ready to end gun violence by telling your story, sharing your solutions and efforts. And Tanisha, someone who works directly with survivors, every day you've been directly affected yourself. You know the long and deep impact of gun violence. And I'm wondering if you could just share with our audience the way it can affect people's lives for a very long time.
Thank you. First, I'm just super honored to be here in this space with you all, and big fans of Mike and David. I know from firsthand experience, as lived experience as a survivor, I'm also a native San Franciscan, like my brother Pastor Mike said, and have been directly impacted by gun violence most of my life in our community, so it was really normalized. But my own personal experience is having lost 2 members of my immediate family to gun violence, one in 2013 and one in 2017. Both of my brothers died in the neighborhood that we grew up in here in San Francisco. And I can't even begin to tell you the irreversible damage that that has done to my family and to community. So much so that closing on 3 years ago, my youngest brother surrendered his own life at 30 years old. And I do believe that that was a direct result of the trauma, the grief, the other underlying issues of self-medicating and trying to figure out how to move forward with the reality of that grief and that loss being so present, not just for us and for our families, but for the entire community. And to see it happening perpetually, and this is especially in Black and brown and marginalized communities, that what we experienced as a nation in Sandy Hook, when Sandy Hook happened, we experienced in our communities on a regular basis. Mass shootings happen on a regular basis in many of our communities around the country. Aside from my own personal experience, I work with survivors in California. Our Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice Network has about 50,000 members in California with diverse victim experiences, not just gun violence, but there is an overrepresentation of people who have been directly impacted by gun violence. And I hear many of the same stories. In these families, they've had multiple casualties, lost many, many immediate family members to gun violence. No immediate support in the aftermath, the impact on not just the direct victims, those who were shot or lost their lives, but their friends, their community, the folks they went to school with, people that they've worked with. The impact is lifelong. And from just listening to what we can anticipate from this beautiful art piece through the opera, and seeing the folks unpack this, I think a lot of those themes will be very familiar. You will see and hear, and we know when I talk to other survivors, that throughout their lives, they're still untangling this trauma, this incident, how it plays out in their lives, their behavior, their interactions, their relationships, their sense of self, their sense of safety. their sense of safety. So it's deep. But I will say that just as deep as the trauma is, so is the level of healing and resilience that's possible in our communities too. And there's so much to be inspired about as we unpack all of this.
Your organization is known for putting the needs of survivors at the center of your advocacy, the center of the efforts that you make to try to gain the attention and the support that's needed. What do you hear most often are what survivors need to be able to regain that sense of safety that you're talking about?
Immediate and long-term support. And I think, the really consistent themes are around the barriers that victims and survivors experience immediately after becoming a victim or experience victimization. There are just too many hurdles. And when you think about the level of acute trauma that people experience, especially after an incident of gun violence, to have people doing things like asking you questions or coercing you to participate in an investigation when you're already so, just disarmed and dysregulated in your life as a result of what happened. People need basic needs. They want to know that their housing is stable, that their children are going to be cared for, that there will be food coming in. I know so many people who have been impacted, even in my own family, by incident of gun violence and had to return to work the next day after losing a child. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having to pull up at a crime scene and identify your own child and then having to go to work the next day? And I have met countless mothers, countless fathers, just in this state who have had that experience. That's one of the reasons why the legislation that we have worked to pass through CSSJ has really been based on meeting people's basic needs, protecting their housing, protecting their leave for employment, giving them the ability to break a lease without being penalized. All of these things create safety and stability. That's what victims and survivors need most.
Because they no longer sometimes will feel safe in their homes.
Absolutely.
David, one of the things that I found hopeful when we were talking before this symposium was the fact that, and Pastor Mike brought this up too, that actually a very small number of people in a community will commit gun violence. Can you talk a little bit about how you learned that and that the efforts that your organization is making to try to use that, actually, that knowledge and understanding as a tool to try to reduce gun violence?
Certainly, and thank you, Mina, and the organizers and Pastor Mike and the SF Opera. This is awesome. I just really want to really thank all of those that made this happen and all of you all for being here, because it's this type of discussion. We're together all the time in conferences talking to the same old people. And so we have to expand the audience and the knowledge base, particularly with this question, because the amount of misinformation that's out there turns out is not just one person in this country. I know we had an event yesterday that happened, but not just one person in this country that pushes misinformation, right? There is misinformation on social media everywhere, right? If you ask most people in the city of San Francisco, tell me the average age of somebody involved in gun violence, they would tell you a teenager, and that is absolutely false. Right, the average age of a shooting suspect in San Francisco is about 28 years old. Right now, to this point of a small number of people, even when we think of communities that have high rates of violence, we'll say Bayview, we'll say Deep East Oakland, or even a neighborhood in East Oakland, Sobrani Park or Brookfield, or 3rd and Palouse specifically in Bayview, and it turns out still, and those rates are pretty astronomical, right, those neighborhoods that I'm talking about, yet the vast majority of people who live there are not involved in violence, right? And as a lot of my colleagues say, the community isn't violent, right? There's a small number of individuals who are caught up in a cyclical cycle of violence, who have a series of challenges and traumas and risk factors. And so trying to better understand what you're trying to achieve. And so I'll just say this quickly. When we think about the broad work of violence reduction, What we've kind of developed or thought or observed, rather, at my organization, ICJR, is that we've got violence prevention, violence intervention, and community transformation, right? There are whole neighborhoods in San Francisco that do not need violence intervention. Right? Then there's neighborhoods, some that were shown on this video, I think it was the SF Wraparound project, that desperately need violence intervention, right? And how can we get neighborhoods that desperately need it to have the same resources and opportunities and keep the population? We may have lost that one in San Francisco. I think Pastor Mike was the last black man in San Francisco. Keep, like, so if you think about Oakland, keep those populations, but have the resources and the opportunities. And so with that said, colleagues of mine and sister organization of myself, we started doing these deep dive analyses of gun violence in particular cities. And so and I'll try to say this very quickly, take Oakland, where we had this long-term initiative that I fought very hard for 20 more years ago, can't believe that, called Measure Y, which was to bring resources to community intervention. 10 years later, it was renewed as Measure Z, and now we're up again, by the way, significant vote that happens in November to maintain these resources in Oakland. And we had a policy that said you cannot serve anybody over the age of 25 with these funds, and claimed that the funds were for near-term reductions of gun violence, to stop gun violence now. And 6 years into that initiative, we then conducted an analysis called a gun violence problem analysis, where we determined that the average age of a homicide suspect in Oakland was 27 at that time. Right, but we determined 75, and let's get to your answer now, 75% of everybody involved in shooting. So earlier, and I fully understand and even agree with the sentiment that was expressed earlier by one of the creators who talked about the deserving in terms of victim and perpetrator. But in around mass shootings, I feel that and understand that. Around community violence, there is no difference between victim and suspect. Right? They are almost entirely the same, because often they are the same because it's a cyclical, right? So it's a really different for community violence. And for community violence numerically, which is vastly bigger and more impactful than the mass shootings, which are often still very serious, obviously. But 75% of Oakland victims and suspects have 5 risk factors primarily. 18 to 35-year-old Black or Latino males with serious criminal justice involvement, who often have been victimized themselves in the past, who are connected to some type of crew or group or clique, some call them gangs, not that formal often, or fifth, have connected to a recent shooting. Somebody has shot their friend, or their friend was arrested for a shooting in the last about 6 months. And 75% of both victim and suspect of shootings in Oakland have at least 4 of those risk factors. Many have all 5. And the total number of people who have those 5 in Oakland is very small, less than 1% of the population. So when we say we want to stop near term, now we've got to do the bigger piece. We've got to transform community. We've got to prevent with young people. Please, I'm all in on that, right? We just have to do both and, because it is actually rare for a regular community service provider to say, you know who I'm going to serve? A 25-year-old with 7 previous arrests who's not interested in my services and cursed me out when I tried to serve him, and every now and then goes around driving around looking for his opposition to shoot him. That's the person I'm going to focus my services on. That's not what normally happens, but that's exactly who we have to focus on in order to reduce violence.
And so the fact that you can identify them based on these risk factors means that you can provide them with interventions. What are some of the types of interventions that you provide? Yeah,
and quickly, just on the first point is, I could have easier said it is, the people are identifiable, the violence is predictable, and therefore it is preventable. And the intervention, as I started to get to, I'll say this part a lot quicker, is also different. It's not just any reentry services. Reentry services are important. The goal of reentry is to reduce recidivism. That's not the same of reducing gun violence, right? Both are important, they're just different, right? A conundrum for you really quickly, right? We learn in school all squares are rectangles, all rectangles aren't squares. Did I say that right? So the vast majority of people who get out of prison will never shoot anybody without intervention. The vast majority of people get out of prison will never shoot anybody. The vast majority of people who shoot people have been in prison. So finding out what that sweet spot is, we'll talk about it later if you ask me questions about that. But it's the same reason why squares and rectangles. But the intervention has to be intensive, and the who does it has to be credible, with background and experience that they know what they're doing. So people with credibility who've been there, done that type of thing, from the neighborhoods, maybe formerly incarcerated, maybe from that same neighborhood clique. And that's not all, that just gets you in the door. Then you have to be trained on how to engage intensively. I need to talk to this person every single day. I need to see them 3 to 4 times a week in person for the next 18 months. And I need to develop a life plan with them. First and foremost, it's about relationship, right? Then it's about, let's get you connected to services. Because the other misnomer we say is we just have to give these folks jobs. While they need jobs, don't get me wrong, that by itself isn't potent enough, right? So it is one of many pieces, the primary being a positive and trusting relationship with a positive and caring adult who's going to work with you intensively over time.
And I was so struck by how when that investment is made fully, in Oakland, for example, you saw a 50% reduction in homicides. So Mike.
Can I just say really quickly, I know we don't feel that these days in Oakland, but we had 7 consecutive years, and because of Mike McLively, we have a great report about that, but 7 consecutive years of reduction and culminating in 50%, and then COVID, we lost it. And then what you would not ever know is last 2 years there's been a reduction in shootings in Oakland. I know that is not what the news or social media tells you, but there actually has been.
And so when there is something that effective, Mike, how do you go about convincing, letting people in positions of power, lawmakers, policymakers, and so on, know and support this? What are the biggest challenges to doing that, and what are the ways that you found to overcome those challenges?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, first of all, thank you for hosting this, and thank you to the opera folks and all the staff who put this together. This is a great event. Thank you, all of you, for being here on a Friday afternoon. Really appreciate it. GIFFORDS is an organization. We're national in scope. We're named after Gabby Giffords, who you saw in the video. I think most people know her at this point, but she was shot back in 2011 while hosting an event for constituents in Tucson, Arizona. She was a member of Congress. So she runs our organization, and some people don't know this, but she is a gun owner. Her husband, Mark Kelly, who's now a senator from Arizona, also a gun owner. So I think in the national conversation about gun violence, it helps to be coming from a place of, we don't hate guns, we're not anti-gun. Our leader is I think this is important, a survivor of gun violence and knows what it means to be directly affected, and also a gun owner. So we can start the conversation with folks who might be more conservative or pro-gun and have a little bit more credibility, and that gets us started. And then from there, we stick with the evidence. We want to talk about what's working, and that's really what brought us, at the end of the day, to the center. I work at our Center for Violence Intervention, where we're focused on supporting and getting resources for the type of work that David was just talking about. And that came from, I should say, several years ago, conversations with our former executive director, Robin Thomas, talking with Pastor Mike about gun violence prevention, and how so much of the national conversation in the gun violence prevention movement was gun laws are the single answer to this. We just need better gun laws and the problem's going to go away. That's certainly part of the solution, but we were missing this huge piece of day-to-day violence that's not getting covered in the national media. You would think that mass shootings are most of the gun violence problem if you just read the paper. It's 1% or less of shootings in this country are mass shootings. We obviously have to stop those, but that alone will not stop gun violence in this country. So I think over time we've realized it's very effective to talk to politicians that we can reduce violence by regulating guns, but we also need to get directly to the source. And the main thing we need to do there is provide resources to the types of interventions and to the communities most affected that David was mentioning. And we have a whole different conversation. Suddenly we're not talking about the Constitution, we're not talking about the Second Amendment, we're not, that just ends the conversation for many politicians. But now we're talking about resources in communities, we're talking about mental health, which many Republicans for years have been saying, this is a mental health issue, to which we say, great, let's put serious resources behind that and get that to where it needs to be to actually have an impact on gun violence. And we're starting to see traction. I mean, this White House and this Congress has invested more in community violence intervention than any federal administration or Congress in history. The Biden administration and President Biden have talked about community violence intervention at the State of the Union address. We're seeing the first White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and Greg Jackson, who is a phenomenal national advocate for this work, comes from the CVI advocacy space, is one of the co-leaders of that office. So we're seeing a lot of progress over time, and I think we just have to keep making the case. And in Oakland, and particularly talk about Richmond, California, which for years had 40 plus homicides per year. Last year was 8. And that's not an accident. There are many things that are being done intentionally in Richmond and other communities that have gotten that number down. So we know how to do this. It's more a matter of scaling that work up and getting past the partisan bickering and just saying what works, let's roll up our sleeves, put the money into it, and get this done.
Yeah, it sounds like there has been sort of a lack of education almost on a national level with regard to the fact that there are community-based strategies that are working. And they just need to be invested in and paid attention to in a really significant way. Tanisha, I'm wondering if you could talk about just what effective community coalition building looks like, because that's what it requires for there to be really effective reductions in gun violence like we have seen.
You have to look at the issue of violence as being multidimensional, like it's layered. And so that really informs who you partner with. Like, first, understanding that violence, especially gun violence, is a public health issue. And so if we're only focusing on criminalization and what is the police response going to be, if we're only thinking about public safety from that standpoint, then we're missing an opportunity to address the cause of the issue to begin with. So when we think about coalition building in community, it is absolutely getting people who are credible, who are directly impacted, and who understand the issues in the neighborhoods. It is also making sure that you're bringing in partners. Most of what's happening is happening in the most under-resourced communities, and the people who are most isolated, most harmed, least connected. So if we look at it from that standpoint, then that automatically informs which partners we need to bring to the table. We need to be addressing mental health. We need to be making sure that people are stabilized. Again, it goes back to basic needs. When people feel safe, they're less likely to be in a cycle of harm. And if they've been harmed and we immediately respond to that, then we're less likely to see someone harm someone else, right? So it's about interrupting the cycle by making sure that we have all the right players who can be responsive to that. You're not just looking at public safety from a standpoint of how we can interrupt it by incarcerating people. Incarceration creates 40,000 legal restrictions for the individuals who go into the criminal justice system. And all of those sanctions are transferred not only to their families, but to the entire community. What happens when someone cannot get access to housing because of their criminal record? What happens if they have a pattern of substance abuse and they can't get access to support because their illness prevents them from accepting it? If we're criminalizing people for that, how does that create our safety in our community? So we have to bring in more partners who can think more broadly about how we create immediate access, about how we remove barriers, how we make sure that we have the resources immediately available for people, and then we connect them with people who know that journey. Anyone who's been to jail or prison, anyone who's been a victim of gun violence, shout out to the Wraparound Project, because I remember when Rochelle first started that, I was one of the people that in the community that was on the front lines and helping to inform that process and bring folks on. It actually does interrupt recidivism, but it works not only because they meet people where they are, but because they can connect them to where they need to be immediately.
When you talk to victims of violence, what do you most often hear they say justice would be for them when it comes to the perpetrator? What do they want for that perpetrator?
So you have to understand that most violence, and I think David brought this up when we talk about community violence, is familial. These are people who may have relationship with each other, to each other. And in community, they're 1 degree of separation from each other. So justice does not look like the way we currently see it. Yes, people want accountability, but in this country, accountability is revenge and punishment, because that is what our criminal legal system is built on. It's who's deserving of justice, who is identified as the victim, what the police report says. That is what substantiates your victimization. That is literally what gives you access to any type of victim support. If your name is not listed on a police report as a victim of a crime, you're not a victim. And there's a historic context to this if you're Black. Let's be clear about that, because that was actually written into law in this country, that we cannot be victims. But this is important context. This is important context because if you understand that, then you understand how the barriers continue for us to create safety. If you are erasing people's victim experience based on what they've done in the past, what the criminal conviction says, what the police report says, then we're automatically excluding an opportunity to interrupt more violence from happening. The core of our work with CSSJ and Safe and Just is to break that binary. We have to break that binary so we can get to safety. If we can look at the offender, the offended, and the community as a whole, then we can interrupt it. So it's important for us to think about that as we're designing these strategies, as we're leaning into policy, as we're creating coalition, because all of that matters. If you have whole communities of people whose victimization have been erased, how can you create safety?
You know, David, I was just thinking about when you were describing the efforts that you make, the strategies that you've implemented, it requires bringing in very different organizations to work together. So you have to bring in law enforcement, you bring in the person who is in trauma that you're concerned has the risk factors to commit the violence. You have to try to get the support of very unpredictable politicians that might not always have the consistency that you're interested in, plus community-based organizations. How do you bring them together? You know, this very delicate intersection of these very different people.
Very difficultly. So, I mean, one thing, just in terms of the discussion before we get into operation, is, and I was saying this, so there's a joke, there's a reformer, an abolitionist, and a lock 'em up, all walk into a bar together. But no, but this really happened. It wasn't a bar, it was a conference, it was a panel like this, where on the panel was somebody who was a pure abolitionist around incarceration. There was me who, just depending on day of the week, I might be there, but most often I'm left center, but not, there's a small number of people. For instance, our mental models in this, as so beautifully said, in this country are accountability means punitive and incarceral, right? So we have to shift our mental models around that, about just what does accountability mean, because most often victims will say that it didn't help them, that process. They went to court every day, they didn't know what was going on, they showed up, I remember this happened to me one day when I was with a victim's family, they show up to court, they were like, what's going on in court? Oh, we cut a plea deal. What? Like no one told me, I show up because of, anyway. But in this group of police chief is what it was a police chief, myself, and an abolitionist, and I said, we actually all have the same goal. We all want nobody in prison. And like, what? And I said, Chief, if we had nobody in prison because nobody committed crime, isn't that what you want? He was like, oh yeah, of course, right? And then I said, if we can start with that vision, we actually all want the same thing. Now, there's some maniacal chiefs that may not, right? But just to, I know Chief Scott.
Seen it all.
Yeah. So I know we're good here. But so let's start with that North Star, right? And then the other thing, I remember I was arguing with the former DA of Shelby County in Memphis around this issue, because part of engaging these individuals that we think might shoot someone next week, right, is also offering a financial stipend to them to engage. And she was livid with that thought, right? And I said, well, wait a minute, what's your clearance rate? How often do you get a conviction on shootings? And at that time I was talking to her, it was 45%. I was like, so you're fine with 65% of shooters just walking with nothing? So what we're saying is we want to engage them on something, because even in your carceral strategy, you're only getting 45% of the people anyway. And so starting with this, let's be sober and honest about what's happening, is how we get people in the room to begin with. And just lastly on that, so this just happened recently. I'm in a room, I was at Lake Merritt, in a room at Lake Merritt. We had 15 people who were all of them had several previous arrests. They were all under the supervision of the probation department. They were all identified as people that we were concerned were going to be a part of retaliatory gun violence. In the room was the assistant police chief. In the room, this particular day, was normally, but in the room was the mayor. And to your point, right? There was all of these people, and all of us said over and over again, our goal in this meeting is for you to be alive and free and successful. And that is the goal. Everybody's going to come at it at a different perspective. The police are going to tell you, hey, you're on our radar. This isn't a setup. This is a heads up, right? And service is going to say, we want to support you in whatever of good that you want to do, and we're serious about it. And pastors were there with a moral voice, like, we love our people, we love our community, we love you, we don't want you to get shot, we don't want you to go to jail. And so if we all come into it with the same goal, but we come in with our perspectives with that North Star in mind.
I should note you will have an opportunity to ask our panelists in a few minutes your questions as well. And we also have folks who are watching this via live stream who are asking questions as well. So, but one to you, Mike, before I open it up to the audience. I'm hearing David describe Memphis, Tennessee, and then he's also describing efforts here in California. You have described California at the forefront. And I'm wondering, what are we doing here that makes you say that? And what are some examples of the way that we are looking at approaching this issue that is sort of breaking new ground?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's very much reason to be hopeful in California. We have one of the lowest gun death rates in the country, and I don't know how many people know that or appreciate that, but every state, one of the things we do at GIFFORDS is grade states based on the strength or weakness of their gun laws and policies. About half the states, 26 or so, get an F, so that kind of gives you the context of where we're at in the country. And we've been saying throughout this day that the rate of gun violence in the United States is off the charts, and gun violence is the #1 cause of death of children, which is very unusual for the developed world. So we are not normal in that way. But California is one of the states that gets an A+ from our organization every single year, and over the last 30 years or so, we have implemented a number of very common sense regulations on guns, background checks, regulating assault weapons, making sure that guns are stored safely, et cetera, et cetera. We have gun violence restraining orders that you can take out on someone who might be showing signs of harming themselves or others. So during that same time, we've seen a dramatic drop in our violence. And I think that's combined with all the local efforts that David and Tanisha have been talking about to take better care of survivors, to figure out who's at highest risk of being shot. And over the last few years, we've ramped up in California our investment in community violence intervention work. And statewide, just a few years ago, we had $9 million a year that was going towards this, which is almost nothing in California. We're now at $200 million as of a couple years ago. And I think as evidence of the momentum that this whole movement has been building, we have a statewide coalition of groups that are all involved in community violence intervention efforts. And that coalition helped pass the nation's first state-level tax on the sale of firearms and ammunition that's going to generate $160 million a year for gun violence prevention work, which is awesome. And the largest single bucket of funding for that, $75 million a year, is specifically for community violence intervention in the cities in California most impacted by violence. So I think there's poetic justice in that resources coming from an industry that's done a lot of harm, just like big tobacco or others, and that money is being redistributed to those who are most affected. So that's the kind of collective power that we're building and the sort of where this movement is going. So California is doing well compared to other states, but we're not done. We are not happy with the levels that we're at. We want to see them continue to go down, but we have made a lot of progress in the Richmonds, Give Me Hope, and other cities like that around the state. And the last thing I'll say is just this whole public health lens, I think, breaks the stalemate that we've been in, where this is seen as a law enforcement only issue, and that means we only have one stakeholder at the table. But when you're talking about community violence and violence as a public health issue, suddenly you have the healthcare system involved. We heard a lot about San Francisco Wraparound and the need to have hospitals, trauma centers, schools, mentors, community members, volunteers from the community. So there's ways for everybody in this room to get involved in that model, and that really opens things up. And I think that's what's ultimately going to move the needle on this issue in this country, is everyone taking some amount of responsibility. And that's been a great theme here that Pastor Mike started us out with, is we can't just sit by and watch and think like, well, this is the police's job to solve and eventually they'll get it done. It takes all of us in all these different sectors, and we just need to realize there's something for us to do, and that gives us the agency to act.
And the collective power that you've talked about, that's being built because of the collective efforts of the three of you on the stage and so many other people who work on this issue. Let me see if there's anyone who has questions in our audience, and also let me ask you, Ryan, as well. Do we have also questions from our live stream audience? Yes, we do. Okay, great. So let's go to our audience first, and I think microphones are going to the hands that are raised.
Is it on? Can you hear me?
It's on,
All
yep.
right, there we go. There's a book called Organized Crime and Gangs, and I think you should check it out. It really goes into the urban culture of gangs and how they materialize. I think when it comes to gun violence here in this country, it's been so romanticized in a lot of ways, you know. Billy the Kid is famous for what? But then you take that over to the actor John Wayne and Clint Eastwood, they're famous for what? You know, carrying a gun in the movies. And then it also carries over to the music, you know, and so when you add real trauma in that, then it makes the gun an option. You know, it's a lot of drama that may start off from like a fist fight or somebody want to prove themselves, then it ends in gun violence. And then, you know, if you take somebody from me, it's up to me to decide if I want to let that go or be peaceful with it. Speaking of California, right? You know, and we got to look at things in this nature, and that's why I brought up organized crime and gangs, is because California is what? It's also known as the gangbang capital of the United States. Oakland is the city of dope, right? Chicago, gangbang capital of the United States. And it's not just a black thing. This goes all the way back to Al Capone, too, right? You know, you got the greaser gangs and stuff like that, and where they used to have a knife, but then it elevates to the gun. And I'm gonna land the plane. But I think what we need to start doing is reaching the youth with alternative cultures. You know, because, you know, since I was a teenager, they would either want to, you know, be a drug dealer or be from the block, or they want to be a rapper, you know? And in hip hop, you got 5 elements: dance, you got beat making, right? And, you know, and so you got some people that might have died, you know, trying to be a gangster, and they was really a poet, right? So we got to start exploring those options too. You know, to deculturalize and make gun violence unpopular, how it became popular. You know, we got to unromanticize it. But I'll land the plane there.
Thank you for your comment. Does anybody want to respond to it, or
yeah, I'll just say a couple of quick things. I was I wish I could remember. I'm a podcast junkie. So one of the 8 million podcasts I was listening to recently, somebody. I was thinking about when Mike was talking. Anyway, somebody said, you know, you asked me the question, why are there so many people involved in gun violence? And I would say, you know, the question is, why aren't more? And he was saying that, think about the reasons people aren't. It's because they have so much to lose, right? And then you think about the people who are, and they don't have much to lose. And so when we have created a population that has been traumatized, full of poverty, lack of opportunities, has been dismissed by society, right? Those of us, we've got good jobs and a good, nice place to live and a car, that what's stopping us, you know, I was on a plane recently, as we said, Mike and I were just in D.C. hours ago, and you know, the person behind me kept kicking my chair. I was really perturbed by this. Now, we're on a plane, so this analogy doesn't really work. But, like, why did I not escalate into crazy vibe, right? And so, as much as I may have no. But the point is, so many of us have so much to lose, and we think about the majority of people involved in gun violence who don't have enough. We, society, haven't given them enough to lose. And so that same point brings people into belonging. Right, this notion of belonging, and that is the behind gangs, crews, cliques, and friend groups who back each other. Nothing wrong with that, right? The problem is criminality and violence that's attended to it. And last little thing I'll say is, on this data assessment, yes, most of the people that we find involved in gun violence are connected to, associated with group, crew, clique. The reason we say that is many of them aren't the colors, hierarchical, clear gangs. Some of them these fly-by-night, crazy name. We call them the three-letter gangs that they were created last week and they're gone a month later. But, and some are historical, long-standing beefs and the up-the-hill gang and the down-the-hill gang that have been going on forever, right? And so, but what we also found is all of the shootings aren't necessarily crew-on-crew related. In fact, I say the national leading cause of gun violence is fighting over a young woman. But a risk factor, not necessarily a causation, is group involvement, which mostly means that's a proxy for you resolve conflicts with a gun, right? What we're fighting over might be incredibly minuscule, right? But your group involvement is a risk factor, which mostly is around that's how you resolve conflict. So a significant reason why young people early on, giving them an alternative, positive social network and sense of belonging so they don't have to resort to a negative belonging.
Mike, you wanted to add something?
Just really, that's a great answer. Just really briefly, I think, just to underscore this, the distinction of working with that highest risk population. Most US cities are least equipped to work with that population, have done the least amount there. When you say, what services are you offering to a 29-year-old black male who's coming out of the justice system, the legal system? None. Well, that is a huge gap that we need to fill, and that is what we're trying to turn around, I think, with this movement is you need to have a specialized professional working community that can work with that group, and they exist, but have been underfunded, underappreciated forever. So I think part of the solution is making sure we're identifying the heroic men and women who are on the front lines of community violence, building relationships with their community, helping turn people's lives around, and recognizing that as incredibly valuable work that has to earn a living wage and have upward mobility and the ability to develop career. And we're moving that direction, but not enough people recognize that yet.
Do we have someone else with a microphone?
I first thank you all. It's just amazing to hear this and how much thinking has gone into this thus far. I have a couple of comments on one question. Just a little piece of history. There was a tiny ad agency here in San Francisco that did the first advocacy ads on gun violence at the request of Sarah Brady. Now, you remember Jim Brady essentially saved Ronald Reagan's life. But that's 1981 was when this conversation started. And it's a little sobering to think, as much good work has gone on, it's a little sobering to think that we are still just in the middle of it. And I really want to think about what Obama said, nothing would change this situation unless we became single-issue voters. That was the only thing that he could come up with. And it's very hard to do that, realistically. I mean, I've been trying on abortion for 25 years. But my point is that it's going on, there's all these guns still. My question, who is being bribed? There is just too much money. No, I'm sorry. There is too much money. And it's not just what's on record for the NRA, that is a tiny fraction of what is moving around, because this would not exist to the degree it does today without a lot of people on the take. So we need some serious investigative reporting on that. Okay, I'm not quite done. One more. And this is actually a framing thing, because the Reverend, he's still here, but, and it came out of a conversation last night at SF MoMA, actually, about separating the bad deeds of an artist from the artist. But what I really was struck by, somebody, and I'm so sorry, I don't remember her name, she was a writer, she described how potent monster, you know, the idea of this other person that's just so completely awful. And she said, you know, that makes it about a whole person. Why don't we think rather about this is a stain? This is a stain, meaning it was an act that does not completely define this person for the rest of their lives and their families and their communities and all the rest of it, right? But what I loved about it is it took it out of personal and it put it into something sort of temporary that you could get your head around. This is something bad that happened, but it is not forever.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that insight.
I just want to give you an opportunity to acknowledge how patience is a virtue. My hand was up and she took this, so you can think about what she said after I say what I need to say. So I appreciate you so much, all of you. And I just want to note that the Black woman here is the only woman who has, the only person with water. And I'm highlighting this because what's important is that we really consider the violence that criminalizes urban violence doesn't really give you the opportunity to address the violence that taints the lens through which you identify people in need. Some of those people are us. We're communicating with folks about policy. We're communicating with folks about the needs of communities that are experiencing violence. But right now, how many of us are hydrated? How many of us are nourished in this moment? As hard as you're working, did you all eat breakfast this morning? Are you all thoroughly nourished? I'm concerned because our leaders are often not okay. And there's no one that is asking them the questions that ensure that their health is a priority as we are continuing to fight for peace and justice. We're fighting for wellness for our full communities, but we as a community of leaders are often not well. So I'd just like to check in with y'all about that. I've also heard you name that you are often in rooms with each other. You're often in rooms with the same folks, having the same conversations, trying to get this going. And I'm wondering, who are the Black transgender women who are walking with you from conference to conference? Because I'm just concerned that the communities who are targeted without representation in the solutions it's like that disconnect is really it's vital to engage. The violence of things like stop and frisk, the hyper surveillance that effectively traumatizes children, parents, community members, problem solvers. There's the basic health and wellness includes deep breath. It includes access to silence. It includes access to play and nutritious food. So I'm just acknowledging these as concerns.
Thank you. Another insightful comment. I saw you reach, Tanish, for your microphone. I'm wondering if you wanted to respond.
There was just a lot of insight given, so I think I'm still processing a lot of what I've heard. But first, thank both of you for your comments and for your concern. This work is exhausting, and especially if you're doing it in a Black body or a marginalized body. And it's important for us to prioritize taking care of ourselves and our families in this work. The other piece is just around the erasure of our experience, right? Like to constantly be talking about how the underlying, systemic violence, the racism, all of the other things that we have to call out as we discuss this particular issue, and also show up in spaces where we often have to humanize ourselves to even have the compassion for folks to even be able to hear and receive these stories is a lot. So I just want to acknowledge that because it's important. And I think that as we continue to do this work, and why this project, I think, is unique and interesting to me, and I'm excited to see the performance and all that, is continuing to bring it back to what Pastor Mike brought up in the beginning about all of us being responsible and accountable, but also breaking down the guilt and innocence factor of this. because it's easier to other people when you see them only as aggressors and you see them as only causing harm. And this particular project may focus on a school shooting. We've talked a lot about gun violence and specifically community violence because that is the violence that many of us are directly most impacted by and unpacking and dealing with and responding to. But when you think about the profile of a school shooter, I want you to consider this. More often than not, the narrative is why we should have compassion for the individual that caused this harm. And that is 1,000% because of who is most likely to cause that type of harm. Those individuals are often profiled as experiencing isolation, depression, mental illness, substance abuse. They come from broken families. They're disconnected from their social networks. They've internalized something, and then they use a gun to communicate with everyone else. And somewhere in that narrative, there's some compassion that's extended to this individual. And there's grief and mourning for everyone who is a victim. When you put that same profile on a young Black man, a young Latino man, a young marginalized person, someone who's living in a trans body, someone who's been to prison or jail, that compassion is not there. And so I want us to sit with that as we go through this, as we experience this project and think about the themes and what it means in communities around the world internationally and what it means here, because as you can see, these two brothers sitting behind me have committed their lives to communicating through policy and advocacy how we get to the thing. But the real thing that we have to address is why is there a lack of empathy and compassion for some and not for all?
And I'll very, very quickly say, because I want Mike to get in, just two quick things. Is one, thank you for that and the concern and passion. I am very intellectually aware of how much wellness and self-care is important. I say intellectually because I'm not a great practitioner of it at all. I'm getting a little better to that point. My therapist suggests I read the book Grandma's Hands, which is incredible around this issue, I would suggest. And so, but it's incredibly important because way too many people that do the work on the ground burn out, and we've got to save them.
Yeah, thank you so much for the comments. I'll just briefly touch on the question about who's getting paid off, because I think it's an important one. And I'll just say really quickly, if you want to hear more about what I'm about to say, I'm just going to be brief. But we have an event here in San Francisco on June 20th. So circle your calendars if you want to hear more at the Masonic Temple. And Gabby's going to be there in person, so it's a great chance to come see Gabby, and she'll want to say hi to everybody. So make sure you come by. You can go to our website, giffords.org/SF event to find out more about that. But here's the thing. Just today, we got information from our research director, and the data about gun violence from 2022 just came out from CDC like today. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but that strikes me as very weird that we're 2 years behind one of the most important public health issues of our time, and we are, 2 years behind. So we now know the numbers from 2022, and part of why I'm bringing this up is that is by design. The gun industry makes a lot of money in this country. It's a very profitable industry. We're exporting tons of arms and ammunition to our neighbors. Mexico, the #1 source of guns is the United States. So there's a lot at stake for that industry, and they very intentionally, for many decades, stopped all research and all funding for research into gun violence, and that was on purpose, and that's part of why we're 2 years behind on the federal data. And the other thing is they created this law called PLACA, which basically creates immunity from lawsuits for the entire firearms industry. And so our normal mechanisms for getting accountability and responsibility are lawsuits against large companies. You can't really do that against the gun industry because they bought Congress with donations and got a law passed in 2005 that basically prevents that from happening under the Bush administration. The good news here is that we're starting to chip away at that. There was a successful lawsuit brought by the Sandy Hook families and recently got a very large tens of millions of dollars settlement against the companies for some of their advertising practices of telling young men that you're not a man unless you have an assault weapon, which is obviously problematic for many reasons. But we're starting to see some dents in that, and one of the things GIFFORDS has done with our partners is go around and try to pass laws at the state level that allow survivors and victims to bring these lawsuits and get some amount of accountability and justice for the families and the survivors, and that's something that we need to see much more of. We've been working with some of the families in Buffalo to do the same thing for the shooting that happened there, and I'm sure everyone recalls from a couple years ago. But this country as a whole has chosen as a policy thing to protect guns more than we're protecting people, and we all need to take responsibility for making sure we push back on that. And I think that's part of why I'm excited about the tax that we got passed last year in California. It's gonna take effect on July 1. And we're going to start redirecting some of those resources. But we should also be able to do that in the courts and hold some of these companies responsible for really irresponsible actions that are causing so much harm in communities, disproportionately in communities of color, and that has to stop.
You almost anticipated, well, you did actually, my last question, which was, how do we take responsibility? We've been hearing we are all responsible, and you just shared 3 different ways that we can do that, 3+ more in this conversation, and I thank you all so much. Tanish Hollins, David Mohammed, Mike McLively. It's been an honor. Pleasure. Ryan.
Thank you so much. That was a riveting conversation, and it could keep going on and on, but we're going to take a break for about 20 minutes right now. Restrooms are just out this hallway to your left. We have some snacks and beverages in the education studio just across the way. We'll meet you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you met some people, got some nourishment, and you're ready for the next part. First up, we are so lucky we're going to have a performance from Oakland-based poet, educator, screenwriter, Chinaka Hodge. So, Chinaka.
Thank you. Usually I'm in very hip-hop centric spaces and I worry about if the response is tepid, but I feel like that was a really warm response. Thank you. The panel that's following is a bunch of media makers and us talking about how our depictions of violence impact the work and the delicate balance therein. So I'm gonna read a poem that speaks to that as well. One of my good buddies is Ryan Coogler, who's from Oakland and Richmond, but Oakland mostly. And right around the time he was releasing Fruitvale Station, his seminal work about the untimely murder of Oscar Grant by Fruitvale BART police, he asked me to write him a poem, and it took me about a year to write a poem. I actually ended up writing what I call a gang of poems for him, so this is a collection of 10 poems for Ryan Coogler. It's called The Oscars. The Oscars, an epic for Ryan Coogler. 1, I have this brother who is a dragon. He dances best under crescent moons, drinks sulfur for breakfast, breathes it out of his nose. He became a creature at age 10 when Jordan, a ginger kid at Redwood Heights summer program, called my fire-eating brother the N-word in front of his crush. Well, he grew 8 feet tall and stomped the old country out the boy. Then bashed his head on the concrete till a playground monitor pulled him off. He's got some anger issues. You should check the hoop court there. You should look. There is still blood. 2, I have a brother who is a unicorn. So tall you have to crane your neck to meet him. His thoughts are ivory that protrude from the center of his head and make him awkward in good company. He carries his genius as a horn. The tallest black kid on Stanford's campus. The white surrounds him like a t-shirt copped at a liquor store and creased, edging for his knees. He doesn't cry, ever. Unicorns can't cry. In open meadows, in their dorm rooms in the dark, they are held down, struggle against it. My brother knows. He knows. There are men made to buzz, saw his thoughts off, make him a regular stallion, a racehorse, change his name and make him glue. My brother's a neuroscientist who likes kick the sneak. He calculates. He knows to be quiet. He keeps thinking to himself all the time. 3, got this bro who's an octopus. He has 8 arms and plays the drums, tours the world selling European safe rap. He's the only black man in his group. They play France, they play Germany, they play Covington, Kentucky. He rocks with his shirt off. The white boys crowd the stage. He likes to drink a good lager. He never cheats on his girlfriend. He's not sure he believes in God. He knows how to talk to an officer. He's good with authority. Ask anyone. He's really, really good with authority. Thinks most cops are fine people. Thinks he'll live forever, like most octopi do. 4, my play brother is a housefly trapped in a cake dish. Every time he hits the wall of his cell, a wing falls off. He is serving 2 consecutive 42-year terms at Folsom State Prison. I put money on his books at the Walgreens across from City Hall. He trusts me. They won't let me come visit. He calls me his woman, I'm not. He tells me the food there is shit. He wants to eat my cooking under a sunrise. He's been gone 20 years, hasn't seen any parts of Dawn since he was a boy. He killed someone accidentally and might die hovering over corn mush, wingless, under heavy surveillance in a farm town just off the 5, not too far from Bakersfield. He got a contraband phone, maybe. Maybe I was passing the prison and texting him and you when the Zimmerman verdict hit. Maybe y'all said the same thing exactly. 5, my ex is the safest black man in America, paid to be. South Dakota welcomes him into their homes once a week. He isn't allowed to yell in public. He has been weaned off opinions, this charge unless he says them over a beat. He's playing draughts with sweeps, his finger on a king. He wants to jump everybody, stressed out about his sister who can't find an apartment, and his brother who's left sometimes alone, and his mother who worries about her boy so far away, and his dad too. My ex is a broken safety on a 4-5. He and any gun will shoot if triggered. They asked him to sing and make records. If a needle drops, it will be like a pin from a grenade. When they said it was fine for the boy to lay there and the killer to walk, I was just out of Folsom and drove straight to my ex's house, waited for him to get off set. He held me while I sobbed. He said, fuck all night long, then Jesus, then put his tears in my uncombed hair. 6, there is a single black man I want to die. He is unremarkable. He keep on testing me. There is a single black man I want to die. 7, the first boy I ever kissed with my tongue is a canary covered in coal. He thought for a long time he could not fly up, only down into dangerous places where diamonds aren't found. He quit his job at the mine and took a long, hot shower, stood in front of the mirror, puffing out his chest, looking at his body all gold and shit while Trinidad James played from a phone speaker. My first kiss is getting his life together. He's nothing like the day they arrested him. He is sleek, soft to touch, a black buff so tough he starts to shine. His smile is fake, but that's a different story. One where someone took a bat to his face and wiped the chalk out the blackboard of his mouth. Real talk, all my goons been through it. Every black man I love been through it. This one the most, maybe. This one life keep coming at like an electric train, like a bad night at the start of the year. He ain't got no kids yet, 8. And then there's you, Ryan. Where to begin? Pretty sure you're a griffin with a shorn mane, a lion, an eagle with a growl like a beast of prey. You fly into a room, everybody goes silent. You hate that part. I know. You see yourself down on that platform. You see your own mama wailing over you. You see yourself a bloody dog pressed to a black boy's chest and paraded down 7th Street. You still can't watch the end of your movie. You know what it does. The theater at Grand Lake, your favorite cinema, is packed all night with men, with low cuts, with skeptical eyes, with grudges and trust issues and pamphlets and offspring with mothers, free popcorn, final calls, peach optimals, $20 ace specials. One is your brother, the other one Noah too, your mother, your father, my father with whom you almost shared a birthday, the people who are unsure the right one to tell this story, everyone who couldn't get into the Weinstein screenings, my unicorn, my coal-covered canary, my housefly, my ex, the safe one, won't see it for months. My octopus is out entertaining. The dragon is still too angry. My next-door neighbor who lost his best friend in Miami, high school boys, group home kids, the starting 5 on Matt Kleiman's team, the East Lake Band, the men who kept growing their hair even after you cut your locks off, the one black man I want dead, the kids he mentors, my stepfather, all came in a single-file line to sing this dirge with you, to see if a demon could be released, to test if they were still magic as they thought, even if they lost a wing, changed color, had their best horns chopped off, or cried in my unruly mane. My brother, the unicorn, sobbed in front of the theater. In the company of all these men, left snot on my father's shoulder. My dad called a week later to tell me he wasn't doing very well. We saw them shaken. It was hard for them, but good. I was there. You were not. I'm supposed to tell you they are all Oscars. They are golden, solemn men who stand still, cup hands to their chest, wait to be prized, say you cannot put them on any mantle. They are not Academy sanctioned. There will not tonight or any other day be red carpets rolled ahead of them, no coverage of the moments, no film even when they are killed. But every one of them is yours. Every figure they have become, a monument to the ache you must feel in the cutting room, at Lucas, at Cannes, Park City, everywhere you have gone alone, braving this anger, answering with metered, appropriate responses. You have taken each of these statues home. They are with you, each of them with you.
We'll give Chinaka just a moment to catch her breath. As she mentioned, she is part of the next panel, which is a delicate balance depicting trauma on stage, screen, and in music. And Chinaka, she was, among other things, she worked in youth education as the former program director of Youth Speaks, which does amazing work in the Bay Area. And speaking of Ryan Coogler, she's also the showrunner for and leading the writer's room for the upcoming series Ironheart. And it's around the Marvel superhero who appeared in Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. So it's all connected. We have some other artists who will be joining the panel, so I wanted to show a little bit of their work so you have an idea of who's in the room. Firstly, we have Kaija Bailey. He's the author of 2 books. He hosts an award-winning podcast, and through Soul Affirmations, and that's SOL if you're going to Google it, offers a whole bunch of wellness practices. So the videos that we're going to see, the first is about soul development, and the second is an excerpt of his song Wonder, and that will give us a window into his work as an artist and that of his wife, who's here with his 2 children toward the back. So his family is in the house. We'll see those videos, and then we'll talk again.
Make some noise for soul development.
Y'all ready to light it up for real? Let's go.
Music has always been a part of my equation of surviving, of not losing my voice, and soul development. They were there to help lift my heaviest pain when I lost my brother to gun violence.
In spite of the level of pain we felt, we had to declare revenge belongs to the Creator.
As we're saying the names of our loved ones lost, that's how you bring them forth.
We're trying to become better versions of ourselves and do that same work in our communities.
For us to take back our own stories and to heal ourselves and those around us.
I was broken, but I'm putting the pieces back together, and I am gonna be all right.
Our hope, our fight, our love, our endurance, it is inside of us.
Y'all been holding us good.
Let not pain be the end of your story. I hope my niggas listen to this game that I'm giving them, cause I done took some losses, but clearly I ain't lose my shine. Grief done took a nigga off his feet, but I ain't lose my mind. That's why I rhyme different, that's why I shine different. We all on borrowed clocks, I just manage my time different. They be on demon time with a devil that play for keeps. Life without peace of mind is bitter, ain't nothing sweet. I know that what you sow is gonna grow to be what you reap. I pray for the mothers who lost their baby this summer streets. It's like a jungle sometimes. You ever wonder why the lions never fret over hyenas? Born to a pride. If I could see my brother one more time, I'll make him promise that he never ever leave us. Just tell me that you see me in the belly of the beast. No alarm clock. Know your dreams and nightmares from a long shot. It's like a jungle sometimes. You ever wonder? You ever wonder?
That's a gorgeous piece of work. And everyone, a lot of people on the panels are connected because Pastor Mike McBride hosted a series of talks at the DeYoung around the Kehinde Wiley exhibition that you see in that video. So lots of these people do a lot of great, beautiful work outside this room. Next up on the panel, we have an opera singer right now, Marketta, in our opera that's opening tomorrow night. But she's a Finnish folk singer, and this role was written specifically for her by Kaija Sariaaho. Separate from her opera experience, she just released an album that explores themes of trauma, and her name is Vilma Ja. I can't quite get the vowel right in Finnish, but she can correct me when she comes up on stage. So we'll see a clip of her from the opera. If you were here earlier, you saw a clip of her with her mother. So in this opera, she's one of the victims of a school shooting who her mother is still haunted by. But this is a flashback to things that happened in the international school prior to that violent event.
paika, sannakka paika. Keksin helposti lauluja, ja suosituimpia olivat ne, joita minä tein muista. Tein muista oppilaista. Siksi Lilli pyysi laulun pojasta, laulun siitä sammakkopojasta. Sammakkopoika,
The performances start tomorrow, so I hope you can all see her live on stage in that amazing role written for her. So during this next thing, if you're watching on YouTube, put questions in the chat. We can feed them to the panel toward the end. So we are extremely delighted to have a local hero moderating the next panel, although he has a national following and beyond. He really, as they say, needs no introduction. But I just want to say that I'm a huge fan of United Shades of America, his series, and he just won the Television Academy honor for 1000% Me Growing Up Mixed. I saw the photo of him and his family and his youngest daughter grinning, holding the trophy. So it's great to have acknowledgement for someone who's doing such incredible work as W. Kamau Bell.
Let's bring all the panelists up here. Come on, everybody. Oh, thanks. Thank you for having us. This feels so like what I like to love about the Bay Area. We have rappers, poets, opera singers, and whatever it is I do, all up on stage together. This is what the Bay Area should be. Keep the Bay Area affordable so this can happen, or actually make it affordable. We can't keep it affordable. It's not affordable. That's another panel. Sorry. All right. I'm already distracted. I'm sorry. So thank you all for being here. It's so great to be able to see a little bit of everybody's work and experience everybody's work. I want to start by asking about the work we saw and have you talk about it. Chinaka, would you talk about your poem a little bit more? About what made you choose that today?
Oh, we're live. Thank you so much in the back. Thank you.
Other than wanting to brag about being friends with Ryan Coogler.
I mean, it's a cool brag. It's not so humble.
It is.
So that piece is actually surrounding a friend of mine who's incarcerated for the accidental death of another dear friend of mine when I was 19. And it seems to be the central point in not just my development, but the whole circle of folks who are around him and her at the time. So he's the one who's serving the term down south, and I often struggle with the idea of innocence. He was a child when it happened. He showed up hoping to defend someone in trouble. I could defend all of his choices in that moment, and he ended up, he's been away, and I think serving a number of different sentences built around trauma. And so often when I think about gun violence, that's the poem that surfaces. As a result of that situation, I learned how to shoot guns. I started frequenting the NRA website. I'm not a member, I can't join, but I do keep the page open to mess with the timelines. And so that poem is really about my relationship with guns, the people around them.
Thank you. Griga, let's talk about the pieces we saw from you. Where did those pieces come from?
It's unique. Watching When the Waters Get Deep right now from the lens that I'm living through, I couldn't have imagined opening at that time, but I'm glad I did. Felicia and I, my lovely wife, we talk about our experiences, not exclusively just happening to us, but there's also a chance that we can leave it for reference if somebody else should walk down the path. So When the Waters Get Deep highlights our group, our collective work, soul development and Be Imaginative, our work around gun violence interruption. While filming that work, my wife and I experienced a double transition of our firstborn. That is, we had a 41-week pregnancy, and the day our first daughter was born, she passed. And that happened while filming about my work in gun violence interruption surrounding the passing of my brother, Kareem Johnson. In this work, I learned to tell some radical truths. One of those being, I've seen a radical gentleness ascribed and provided room for mothers who experience neonatal loss, but that same radical gentleness was not ascribed or made room for mothers who lost children to gun violence. There was this always haunting assumption that the child did something wrong, was in the wrong place, wrong time, somehow owned that action. That same type of accusation was not held against mothers who lose children at birth. However, what we learned is that my wife, Felicia, her womb hurt in the exact same place and in the exact same way as the mothers who lost children to gun violence. And it gave me responsibility and permission to highlight the role of love and grief and honoring our loved ones. So that is When the Waters Get Deep. Following When the Waters Get Deep, I began to investigate the lived experience around the losses. What were they coming to? How would they also grow me, right? Felicia and I believe that it is a deeper tragedy to experience loss and not let it grow you. So my writing is a way that I reflect and create reference, and the one that you just saw is actually, y'all are lucky because y'all getting unreleased material. You dig what I'm saying? When Jeff hit me, he wanted to hear what was in the canon. I showed him this body of work that speaks to the very age-old tradition. And I don't know if some of you know, but I'm gonna look you in the face and tell you, the summers are so intense for gun violence in our communities. And the numbers spike in recreation and openness. So I am laying a foundation that allows us to have conversation to investigate some of the best practice around interrupting that. And that piece is called Wonder.
Thank you. Thank you. Vilma, first of all, thank you for being here. You should be in a room somewhere just waiting to go on tomorrow.
No, that would be boring.
Okay.
I think it's
Now, I guess we have different
to do something.
We have different processes. I'd have a hard time talking if I was debuting a musical tomorrow, premiering a musical opera. Obviously, I'm nervous even talking about it. Let's talk about this work and give us more context on what we saw.
That scene that you just saw is a bullying scene where I bullied the shooter, and later he shoots me. And it was very difficult to create that. And that is from the first production we did 3 years ago in Aix-en-Provence in France. And this is now the 5th production. So I've had time to develop it even further. And the director has wanted me to go even deeper, bully even harder, be even meaner. And it's difficult because in the previous scene, it comes clear that to the mother, I was an angel, but then there was this other side. And yeah, no one's truly innocent. And just this piece is so wonderful how it shows all the different sides of everything that affects a school shooting and everything behind that.
And can we talk a little bit more about the fact that this piece was written for you? Did you know that it was being written for you? Was it just presented already done? How did that come about? How did you feel to know that it had been created for you, this character?
So I was still studying folk music in Finland, and I got a call saying that Sariaaho is looking for a young folk singer to be in her next opera. And I was like, yeah, sounds cool. I filmed a video, and then she was like, yeah, I want you in it. And then we met up, and then it turned out that she had only composed one scene already, and so everything after that, what she did, she composed for my voice, and so I demonstrated my folk singing techniques to her and how to use them, how to compose to those specific techniques. And then we created it together. We met up a few times during this process and went through the music together, like, can you sing this? Basically, do we have to modify it and everything? And then she gave me a lot of cadenzas where I can improvise as well, so I can bring my folk music and the traditional improvisation in it.
Are you ready for tomorrow?
Yes, so ready. I've been here for 5 weeks already just practicing, so I'm like, let's go.
That's great. Yes, the answer is yes. We're very different people. Just learning that about us. So let's talk a little bit more about collaboration, because I think sometimes artists who work in areas where they're trying to do work that is actually connects to the community and deals with the pain of the community or pain with or complicated events in the world, when you're in collaboration with somebody else around that, it becomes more complicated. So I'm thinking about Chinaka, like Ryan is known for that. Like, you know, is he ever going to make like something about juggling or anything? Is he ever going to? Probably not. No, so I mean, Ryan is known for that, and you're known for this work, and you two have known each other for a long time. How is it to work in collaboration with someone like that, and your ideas versus his ideas? And, you know, I know you two are working on the Ironheart right now for Disney+.
You've said as much as I can say about collaborating with Ryan on on that particular project.
Yeah, I'm not asking for spoilers or, yeah.
I would say in general, I'm challenged by the collaborative process. I'm like most artists, or like most of the artists I know, I thrive in solitude. I started as a poet here in the Bay Area. I wrote a lot of experimental theater and could sort of work on my own, and I moved to Hollywood and had the rude awakening of everything you see on television or film is a collaboration of all the names that you see at the end of the movie, and that all those conversations are had with a piece of art. So in terms of this work, I find most of what I do in collaboration is actually just keeping horrible images off of television and out of movies. Most of the work I do is in negative space. I have to ask myself consistently if the drama that we're looking for, the tension, adding a gun to any scene makes it immediately more tense. But will that serve the audience? Will that serve the actor? Will that serve? I'm in collaboration with the future, really, more so than I'm in collaboration with the script or the other people at the table. So for this work, I struggle with, like, do I put my community's violence on screen? Do I tell the story that I said in my poem? Is that useful for anyone to see that again? Is it more useful to put that violence on a space body or on a Tony Stark-like action hero? Is it useful to make that violence in a near dystopic future? So that's sort of where my work lives right now. I've been trying to collaborate with people who have similar thoughts about where violence should live and where violence should be, and that's a lot of what my work with Proximity, which is Ryan's company, has been about.
Yeah, I mean, you said so much there that I relate to as somebody who has made television for a while now, about the fact that, I mean, even the Tony Stark thing of like, believe me, nowhere does Robert Downey Jr. go somewhere where somebody tells him, your portrayal of Iron Man was a credit to the white race.
I will say that early on, I don't think this is as much of a spoiler, we struggled with Robert Downey, the actor, Tony Stark, the character, walks around in a weapon, pretty much unchecked. Yeah. Riri Williams is a 15-year-old black girl from Chicago South Side. She gets to just walk around with weapons, unchecked. It's immediately a different story, and that's the framing that Eve gave us, you know, in the comics. So, yeah, I think we talk a lot about what violence can and should be, and then once we put it in the science fiction space, a lot of my job is to be like, hey, cousin, bring that back. Yeah. Let's make it real.
Let's talk about collaboration, Kaija. Let's talk about what is it like for you, because you're in so many different collaborative spaces.
Yeah, I'd like to, but I'm also just taking a second to process what Chinaka offered.
No, for sure.
Because to think about it in that way, and that type of social responsibility, or even how that challenges you as an artist, I appreciate you taking that into context, not just for me, but for my babies who are gonna just turn it on, right? And I thank you for having the future in mind in such a beautiful way. Thank you.
I think it really is like what I struggle with is, am I doing that well? You know, did I tell something that was spellbinding and also safe for your children. You know what I mean?
But I say this much, if ever there were screenwriters and people I know on TV to even have this conversation forward-facing, no matter what was on the, what came on the screen, if I knew where your heart was, then I know how we can move the dial forward, right? So just thank you for that. Collaboration, it's unique, right? So we're looking at a couple of different mediums that I deliver through. By nature, for me, hip-hop is collaborative, and especially because I'm not a producer. I'm really great with understanding how music is supposed to feel, and then I take my time and write the way I write. But there have been collaborations across the Bay Area that have enhanced and enabled my ability to communicate the thoughts and the feelings that I was having, especially around black masculinity and who I could speak for and how I could speak for myself. So I'm a part of a collective called Soul Development, okay? We are amazing, but it includes me and 3 vocalists. And we've been doing this for years together, and it works beautifully. You gotta experience it. We got some shows coming up too. But I found that Soul Development was one vehicle for collaboration. When I started to investigate my experiences with gun violence with my brother, and then while still investigating that, I experienced a double transition of my firstborn. A lot of questions started to develop in me around how to do this as a man, and then wait a second, how are the brothers doing? Like, if I'm taking time to be able to take inventory, who else has time to take this type of inventory? And we recognize that it has become commodified to take time to be well. And when you realize that grief interrupts the cognitive process, your timeline, but there's still a requirement to like show up and provide and pay the bills in this expensive ass Bay Area. And then not to mention, like, if that person who experiences loss has other children to tend to, it becomes that much more complicated to even take inventory. So there is a collective of artists in a community called Grand National. Okay, they're really a behind-the-scenes forerunner. I mean, they make amazing music. But I haven't seen a musical creative that has been as much about enabling other voices in the Bay Area, and they have been behind me every step of the way. And they hugged me the way I need to be hugged. They held me the way I need to be held, and ultimately empowered me and gave me permission to create more safe spaces for black men and brown men to be able to process these types of emotions, especially with the grief. And the way you just named how your circle went through what they went through, we grow up with that, and just like one code of adaptation or survival becomes silence. But it's unsustainable. And I also say I don't care how fast you run, how high you jump, there's nothing heavier than words you can't express. And when that starts to like make rounds through your body, through your mind, it's not only your mental health anymore, it's your physical health as well. So we need spaces to be able to process and lift these things. And in order for me to make the type of music I made in this project, the album is called Wings Over Waves, it is coming, I needed to create containers for this type of music to have space to be processed, because I took it there.
I want to sort of open it up, and the way you're doing it, just talk, is I'm just sort of putting the questions out there, the topics out there, so anybody can talk at any time, please. I find that when you make work that involves community trauma, that, as you sort of alluded to or said straight up, you can invest all your best intentions to it, but if it lands with someone in the community the wrong way, your intentions suddenly don't matter anymore. And you have to negotiate, even as you're making, like you said, you're thinking about, like, there's not the sense of like, I'm just gonna make this thing because I want to make it and I like it. As you're making it, you're thinking about how it lands, and especially with something like school shootings, especially in this country, you don't know who's in the audience and what their connection to school shootings are. Vilma, can you talk about the act of doing this show and what you have experienced or what you have learned or reactions you've gotten that weren't expected? Vilma?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of the question?
The reactions you've gotten from the work, as far as like your good intentions you put in the work, maybe sometimes people don't experience the work the same way you intend.
Right. The feedback I have gotten has always been amazing. People really appreciate how we tell the story, because we don't show guns. we don't show the action, we show the trauma. And that is, like the way you describe what you do, I thought that's amazing, and that's exactly what we do. We don't give the attention to the action of violence, but what it causes. And people really appreciate that. And also the music is incredible, and yeah, people love it.
While we were watching the excerpt of your piece, I started, like I do always, I started imagining it. You're fantastic, and you should continue this role forever, obviously. But I started imagining it on other actors, other singers, other musicians, and what that would look like on an all-black cast. And I was trying to imagine a play about a school shooting that only focused on black people. Because we had school shootings growing up. We just didn't call them that. We called them drive-bys. But kids got shot at school often, and we were told to excuse it. We didn't think about those shooters as mass shooters, even if it was the same squad or the same person coming on multiple occasions.
It didn't make national news?
It was never national news, and we were never taken care of in this way. But I think about, so far what I've seen in this show, your antagonist is given grace, is given some sense of why. And so often, our shooters are not. You know, the boys that we incarcerate or the ones that we hate, they're not given any sort of that face. So I don't know, there was something, while Kariga was speaking about what you've endured, you know what I mean, and the ways in which we've watched our family durationally killed consistently, and it's never named as this sort of trauma. So I'm very thankful that we've been put in conversation in this particular space.
Yeah.
Yes, make some noise for that. Okay, no, clap. I need to clap. I need to. No, because this is also, it's alive right now, right? So it's not just like this type of dialogue. It includes you, your eye contact, your body language. I think about, you realize, I remember when I was doing some work in schools, so I taught and led schools for 15 years. Southeast DC.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I almost said that. I was like, I don't interrupt, but yes.
I started in Newport News, Virginia. Then I went to Southeast DC, spent some time in Baltimore, and then I came to Oakland. And I was part of a team that opened a school called Roses and Concrete, right? And in doing this work, I remember, background is in special education, so I worked close with the clinicians, and we're just kind of looking at the data at what was happening at school shootings. And I believe it was Columbine, they were like grief counselors in the rotation, paid for up to 20 years. 20 years. And it made me do the exact same thing, but also ask, well, how do I create those conditions for us to be seen as human, as whole, as deserving? Less about the disparity and the point and the accusation of fingers. We got babies hurting right now, hurting, and that hurt is perpetuating more harm. So let's get some intervention immediately. But when I think about it in the full context, right, I have so many mixed emotions. Like concerning babies, I am willing to do all that I can. Concerning my own grief around gun violence, I don't have that type of grace or patience for those who are perpetuating harm. Although in my classroom in DC, I knew I had active shooters. I knew this. This wasn't a secret. And I had to equip myself with the ability to love them, learn from them, and hear from them deeply. One of the greatest questions that challenged my ability to forgive myself first, and then the pursuit of the forgiveness for the man who took my brother's life. I thought about all the pistols. I thought about all the pistols I confiscated as a dean, all the conversations I had, all the interruptions I was willing to do. And somewhere in my cognitive process, I had to see the shooter in the same conditions that I saw my young people who were causing harm. And it began to make me take time to investigate that feeling, but it was the liberation I got from it was that I was no longer haunted. And I say haunted, I mean haunted. I had temperatures, I had inability to express what I was feeling. I was haunted by revenge. I just knew I wanted it. And I remember not dismissing God as God. I just remember saying, I don't think you can use me anymore. I just think I'm too hurt, and I understand how this cycle of hurt is supposed to look, and I'm willing to commit to this cycle of hurt because I don't know what else to do. And if I was having that cognitive process as an administrator, as a husband, as somebody who holds an advanced degree, it made me show deeper love and compassion to those who have those exact same feelings and carry out those exact same actions without the resources or thought processes I was afforded to not participate in harm that way. And it has created the conditions for me to continue this work.
Okay. So the question of if you can be used or if you are still useful, I just feel like I gotta speak to it. So earlier this year, Mike, Kaija, and I, maybe Kamau, lost a dear friend, Michael Latt, who was the collaborator. He was about collaboration. He, at his services, at his memorial services, the whole, like, I saw all the people he was putting in conversation with each other. From like A-list, blue-eyed Hollywood actors to gully me, all in the same room together. And I think I was supposed to hang out with Mike the day he passed. He was murdered in his home by someone he was giving love to, someone in our community he was hoping to collaborate with, someone he trusted. And so I had nothing but revenge on my heart. Nothing but revenge on my heart. Couldn't see how I could do what Mike asked me to do, which is love this person in the face of his murder. And what I did, Kaija, I bullshit y'all not, is I put on Soul Development. And I listened over and over. It can be a dark world sometimes. Don't be afraid to be a source of light. And the only thing that kept me getting up out of bed was singing it, was aerating it, was keeping it in my body and using it as the mantra every day. I don't know what, we were supposed to be here before we got this moment in public. My bad, I should have called you on the phone, but like.
Run it just like this.
But yeah, like, yeah, the collaboration is still here, you know what I mean? And I feel like I'm thankful that you didn't stop in that moment, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think art is the best outlet for trauma and revenge, fantasies and everything. I released an album last year that is called Revenge, Kosto in Finnish. It's not about Kosto.
Kosto?
Kosto.
Kosto.
Yeah, with a K.
Kosto.
Kosto.
We can spend the rest of the time doing that, yeah.
Watch me get it, though.
Yeah, no, you'll get it. I believe.
It's not about gun violence trauma, it's about sexual abuse trauma. And I put all revenge fantasies into that album. And I think with any kind of trauma, art is the outlet.
True. There is also, like having this conversation right here, right now, like this, is beautiful. But except when I leave this space, my conversation still continues and it looks different. So I attempt to show up as beautiful and multi-layered and as authentic as possible. And I'm just curious, I think about, like the way we think about violence and the way we think about where it belongs and where it doesn't. I belong, I'm in proximity, I have connectedness and belongingness to a community who don't have none of the same beliefs y'all have right now, right, around violence and how everyday that shit is. And how matter-of-factly it resides in the places you wish to escape. It's everywhere. It's in your hood, it's in your fabric of your clothes, it's all over, right? Not to mention environmental violence when you even get a chance to like take a wider gaze. And for me, the role that I'm playing in art, it is an invitation to anybody, but I have to have made a deliberate intention on how I'm creating entryways for the most vulnerable in this space and how they identify with the music I create and why the production sounds the way it does and who I'm talking to. And it makes me think about like the binocular vision of being able to see the this and that in the conversation. When you talked about Source of Light, I remember writing that song, maybe newly married, and Felicia was so pissed because I got ink on the sheets, right? I was writing this in bed at any hour I could because it was I didn't know it then, but that was my first round of like reference. So I was writing that to myself and my students when I was in Southeast DC in a very, this school violated IDEA in every way. And I was watching so many black and brown kids being put in special education, labeled with an emotional disturbance. When you just look at the human spectrum of emotion, everybody will present emotionally disturbed at some point. And we got to a whole damn pandemic, which taught us we were all emotionally disturbed. But I thought about the students who had their lives changed or were introduced to violence. So that song comes from that space. And then it was re-sung with Soul Development around the time I lost Kareem, my older brother, to gun violence. I needed a type of melody to unlock my heart. I needed a type of frequency to allow me to be. And that music was the composition of disarming that, right? Felicia wrote that hook, right? And to think that it is still doing work, for me, introduces us and just makes sure we know that art was always supposed to be sacred. Always, 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 always. I come from Jamaican parents. The very first music I ever heard was roots and culture reggae, right? That music is still embedded in every rhyme I write to today. And to think that it is actively still doing work is the way the music is supposed to do. However, belonging to hip hop, we have gotten dismissed as this highly consumable, highly, just able to disregard music. And having an intention to create something to do more than that. Sometimes when I don't know that I am, thank you for sharing that it is happening.
It's the way Figo's major and minor on world. No, it's just for him.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to celebrate you for bringing your kids today. As somebody who brings my kids places that maybe people don't expect kids to show up, I like seeing parents, and specifically fathers, bring their kids places. So, I'm not saying you did this, but I also think my mom did this for me. It's important to take your kids to things that they will consider to be boring, so they can learn early on, oh, it's not always about me.
That is true. However, I'm just not sure if Kamali, the 3-year-old, perceives any of this as boring.
Yeah, no.
This, as soon as one of these work, man, turn on her music. She's ready to go. So we're in trouble if she walks back in.
Yeah. At age 5, that's when it starts to be like, what, is this it? Is this what we're doing? We're sitting here listening to grown-ups talk? Nah.
My child literally cries the moment I start a poem.
Yeah.
Big mommy, no. I'll go throw a football with daddy.
Why? My kids, are you just going to talk? Yeah, I'm just going to talk. Well, so I would assume, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I feel like this was me. Like, I often tell people, like, they sort of see the work that I'm doing, and I think some people have some idea that, like, I was like a, political science professor who's like, how do I get to the masses? I will use comedy. That's not true. I dropped out of college. Really, I was a kid who watched Saturday Night Live and was like, I want to do that. But because I was raised by my mom, I ended up doing this. So I blame my mom for everything that has happened in my career. And she just turned the mic off. There's this thing about making art or singing or creating music that is fun, but when you're doing it about things that are like weighty and heavy, sometimes you can't connect to the fun in the same, you know that saying? And sometimes you do the art and you feel exhausted afterwards. And somewhere on the planet, somebody's doing the art and it's like, yeah, popping bottles. And I sometimes get jealous of those people who are just doing the popping bottles art, but I know I couldn't do it. But then I also know that from the outside, you can't really complain to like your audience about how heavy it is, because then you look like the artist who's like, it's so hard to be an artist. And whenever I do that, the ghost of Harriet Tubman shows up and goes, oh, it's hard? Oh, that's hard? The ghost of Harriet Tubman shows up, yeah. You said what? It's hard to tell jokes, is that what you're saying? Hard to direct documentaries. I don't know what a documentary is, but it doesn't sound hard. Is it harder than the Underground Railroad? Can we talk about that? That sort of thing where you're like, where it is hard, but sometimes you, after it's over, or sometimes you have to deal with the fact that what you were working on was traumatic to you.
My great ambition is to make the Black Wes Anderson movie. You know, I just pitched that out and about in Hollywood. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, you know, like family with like marginal problems, really, really brightly lit, super colorful, weak narrative structure, lots of really great looking people. You're brilliant. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm aiming to do.
You're so brilliant.
That's the fun I'm trying to have.
Mine is like, one day I want to make a documentary called Aren't Noodles Delicious?
Yes.
This is crazy. This is so brilliant.
But in the meantime, they'll be like, can someone show up with like a live shooter in the middle of your noodle dish? You know what I mean? That's sort of what I'm pushing up against, is that I want to make fun. I want to make the kinds of movies I like to watch as a kid, and as a kid I wasn't super drawn to the ultra political, mostly because my dad was taking me to functions like this. So I want to make, you know, things that are brightly colored, touch on something in my soul, talk about something that will live and last in a long way. I want to make opera, I guess.
But I think we need both. We need both kinds of art. We need the light, breezy stuff, and we need the heavy stuff, because we have all the emotions in between those two, so we need the art to match.
For context, the first play I wrote that premiered here in San Francisco was about a 14-year-old experiencing the lynching of her ancestor inside of her body while she worked out race, class, and privilege. So that's sort of what I was doing for the first half of my career.
Yeah.
And now I want to make things with like kids running through water fountains.
Yes. Yeah, yes. I get that, why you would want to change.
You know, thinking about this is, what you illustrated is so true. So I remember early in my career as a poet, I would experience the discomfort of the thoughts I would provoke, and it wouldn't always look like applause. And I had to learn that I couldn't only wait for applause as an act of affirmation on how I did. But if I made them feel, if I made them think, I have to leave them room to think and feel. So early in my career, I learned that I wasn't going to always get the claps or the snaps. And that was hard, right? And then that is also why I created so much music around what I was saying. So the music could soothe while the reality of the words did its thing. And that is like how we created Soul Development. And I remember the idea of like wanting to make lighter music, and then I got to a level with grief. I gave a damn what you were making, what you were saying, what you were making, what you were saying. I didn't care what anybody in the world was saying unless they knew what this thing felt like, because it seems to be so invisibilized by the world, because we have a very grief illiterate world. And it's easy to celebrate getting better, but not as much easy to celebrate someone who you know and love dearly not being a version of themselves that you want to access or know how to access. However, in my practice, in my thinking, in my faith, and I had to like literally stand on it. I say, some people say standing on business. I stand on this unchanging word. I've seen businesses crumble and I've seen bad business, but his word ain't failed me yet. You dig what I'm saying? So I stand on this unchanging word. And in that unchanging word, he said, I will give you all of joy for your mourning. I just got to the part of music in 20-year career where I can start talking about joy. My children bring it, the world, I can see it. I believe in love like no other, and everything is supposed to get us closer to love. The more I get to talk about the spaces where love resides, is the closer I get to making music that feels like joy, and my chords change, and my beat progression change, and me and Kamali is just a vibe, right? Anywhere me and that daughter go, it's a vibe. There is no more sadness, even when she's putting me through it, right? It's like I just kind of just have to smile because I get to be your parent. But she's intense. She is intense as any human I've ever met. But such is the joy.
Chinaka, I want to talk to you specifically because you are in this space now with making, and I'm not asking for any spoilers. I don't want to get you fired. Oh, good. I don't want to be. Yay! Keep winning. But to be in this sort of like superhero space, where it just means something different for if a black person is a superhero, as I sort of alluded to earlier, than if a white person is a superhero. And then wrapped up in that, and this is my compliment to your friend that I don't know if I've ever said to his face, but like, it just so happened that Ryan ended up in the superhero space and having to make a eulogy for Black America inside of the superhero space. That no other Avengers movie ever had to do. The Black Panther 2 to me is it's got to be the highest level of challenge of movie making in the history of movies, because it had to sell lunchboxes and be a proper grief place
for all of us.
Yeah.
Like he had to eulogize what we were all experiencing as Black people experiencing terror, being hunted and haunted by our government and the people around us, while on a personal level he had to eulogize his best friend who moved into his transition of death with so much grace. But yeah, he does an amazing job making Chad feel real on screen for everybody who loved Chad. And he did a big art piece in the midst of a Marvel and Disney thing, which is, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing he's done. I get to live someplace other than that. It's TV. It's a character that's not as beloved. It's an actress who is, Dominique Thorne plays the scientist in Wakanda Forever, the one that they saved. She's also in Judas, and she's in all the things, being great. So I got to work with her closely. Anyway, we're gonna make a cool superhero in Riri Williams, but the opportunity that allowed me is to move into Octavia Butler's space, away from Marvel and Disney. And I'm creating some of the superheroes from Octavia's Mind of My Mind. And so that's...
People are happy about it over here.
Yeah, that's really what I'm working on now.
There's an amen choir over here.
It's exciting because it's decidedly Black and futurist, but the work is also about mixed race people, because Octavia's work was specifically and decidedly about that as well. So, yeah. I'm trying to, when I leave here, I'll go back to this draft that's kicking my ass. Yeah, I'm trying to create superheroes that are useful for the next batch of young superheroines and superheroes. The work is making plain what Black women do all day, every day, without selling the trade secrets. A lot of what I get asked is like, your character's not so active. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. She's not active at the start because we have to have a journey for her. And introduce me to a self-actualized Black woman, all of us, you know what I mean? But we try, and so, yeah, superhero space is fun because I get to honor the truth of who Black women and mixed Black women are.
Great. Vilmar, we'll return to you and ask about, I know I said you perform tomorrow. What is it like this period before you go on stage tomorrow, the next 24 hours? What is it like
What's
for
your
you?
routine? Like, what do you have to do?
Thank you for helping me.
I'm just curious.
So the day of a performance, I eat a big breakfast because I need energy. Also,
what is breakfast, though, if that's okay to ask?
She's finished, so I'm interested.
What kind of breakfast do I eat?
Yeah, like what are the
She's
foods?
She's finished, yeah, so breakfast is important in that part of the world.
Yeah, could be oatmeal with some fruit, or yogurt and muesli and
muesli,
bread,
there we go. Something
maybe.
I wanted something exotic, yes.
Is muesli exotic?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, then I have this machine for singers and people who use their voice. It's like this breathing exercise machine.
What's it called?
With steam. Wello 2.
Wello too.
I'm a vocal performer. I never
But
heard of this shit.
You should get it.
put me
It's
on
amazing.
game.
It's a
Wello
game.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it works both
Is it a
ways.
Finnish thing or is it a?
It is a Finnish
I
invention.
knew
yeah.
it. I knew it because we didn't have one.
This is not a paid ad, but I love it. I did get mine for free, but I already posted
Hashtag
about
ad.
it
But
on
you should get
Instagram,
one.
so this is not
Finfluencer.
paid. But it's good for your lungs, and then also you inhale the very humid air, so it's good for your vocal cords. So I do that, and I eat a late lunch, a big late lunch, like fried rice or something. I can't eat a lot of glutinous things because it affects my voice.
What kind of fried rice?
I'm vegan, so tofu.
See, this is
usually
all good
tofu.
information.
Yeah. Tofu.
What
some
kind of tofu?
broccoli.
We're in the Bay Area.
Firm tofu. Some broccoli.
Are you over there Googling the device, Kariga?
See, what happens is my wife and kids aren't in here, so I'm just trying to invite her back in, let her know you're not causing an inconvenience. So just pull up.
No, yeah, please. Yeah.
Yes. Welcome. So I eat a late lunch because then I can't eat anything before the show for like 4 hours before the show because phlegm. So us singers were really
Is phlegm a Finnish
particular.
thing?
Nah,
Phlegm?
anybody.
Yeah, it only happens to Finnish singers. Yeah, unfortunately. What else do I do?
What's your recovery like?
My recovery?
Yeah, because you have to do another show the next night, right? So
We don't do it every single night, so we have time in between, which I think is wonderful because it would be exhausting if we did it every single day. Like on Broadway, they do it like 8 times a week or something, and that's horrifying to me. But it's good to be in an opera because opera singers love taking care of their voice, so you can't perform every single night because you have to protect the voice. So I die in the opera, which is always an emotional journey. I die twice, so it's shown twice.
Spoiler.
And in the end, I am covered with fake blood, and so seeing myself for the first time in a reflecting thing after I come off stage, just seeing the red in my color, I have to shake it out.
Yeah, how do you excise the trauma from the show?
Yeah, I shake it out literally out of my body, and I remind myself that this is not me. I am well, I'm alive. And so that I can go to the curtain call to receive the acclaim, like the people clapping, and it's a weird situation because I'm in the last scene and then I have to go clean the blood and then I come and take a bow. And so that process is, it's difficult.
I'm so concerned for your well-being right now, and I'm trying to apply that to the other hip-hop artists' well-being. I know that rap about trauma or death, I don't give them any time to recover. They're on to the next city the next night. I'm trying to imagine Gunna shaking it out. You know what I mean?
This is exactly why, Chinaka, this is why I say wellness is the new genre, right? I say that over and over every single day for the last 2 years, right? And what I mean by that is, as a resident in hip hop, right, somebody who is in it, and no one gets in, you're in it. Waiting for permission for black artists to be well is like waiting on a liberation from someone else. So I had to make wellness what I rap about to make it sustainable for myself, right? And we deserve it as well. We done seen 11 rappers die, our pillars from not enough old age, right? And then we see the intercommunal violence, the rappers you don't know about, and often that I don't know about, but sometimes I do. We watch this harm happen all the time, so I declare wellness in hip-hop because we actually deserve that. We deserve to grow old in our practice. It's a human right.
I think we have some questions. We can go to questions, and people out there or on YouTube, I think they're gonna pick who gets to. We have questions.
There's a wonderful attorney and a mother of a photographer in the front row.
Hello.
Mic's not on. It's not your fault.
Hello.
There we go. Good. Yes.
My name is Alma. I'm with California Lawyers for the Arts, and the last panel plus this reminds me that there's a statistic, something like half of all Black and Latino boys do not graduate from high school in California. Half of those end up on the justice trail, juvenile justice to adult, etc. On the other side of the track, arts keeps kids in school. So why aren't we advocating more for better arts programs, more arts teachers in school, after school, summertime? You know, it's expression, but it's also discipline, teamwork, staying out of trouble, staying off the streets, out of the gangs. You know, it's validating. And so just quickly, I'll wrap up. The California Arts Council is under great distress right now because of the governor's budget. This has been going on for years. It's just a worse chapter right now. So I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that we need to get busy rebuilding the arts in our public schools especially. Thanks.
I can.
I was just agreeing with you and saying that is absolutely true, right? And it's an invitation to us all. I wouldn't have been in schools without art. And the students who they label the most truant, right? So what happened is schools like me until I stop suspending kids, right? And then I become a problem within the school because I don't issue the same suspensions. So one of the challenges they would give me was find the most truant students. They would say, well, okay, well, since you think you know, they like to dismiss the way you love, but they talk about if you know everything, but it's really because of the way I love. But I had the most truant students, most present for my course at the end of the day because of the type of art we were creating and the type of resources I was bringing in from my personal community to make sure they had room to tell their own story. So, and that was because the arts budgets were under distress even then. Like I was inside the school with a slashed budget, but you know, we build a way, we make a way.
I would also say that, speaking to what you said, that in the last year, we've started, and Pastor Mike's a part of this too, a thing called the East Bay Film Collective, which is trying to get the government of Oakland to help create more circumstances so it is easier for people to film here, is it the filmmakers who live here easier to film here, and also easier to turn the entertainment industry into a jobs training program and not just this thing that is not just a class in school. So we're trying to say that like there's especially in Oakland, there's room for industry to be created, and we're trying to work on how do we make it friendlier, more affordable, easier. Like right now, there's no Oakland Film Office. There's no number to call if you want to film in Oakland. You have to call like 8 different people.
Well, one more small point. We worked really hard to restore and expand arts programs in prisons. And it's a beautiful program, but why do you need to go to prison to learn theater?
Yeah.
and to paint and to write, you know? I mean, think about it.
Yeah. Thank you. Next question? I don't know how we get the YouTube questions. Do they just yell at their computers?
How old are your kids?
My kids, my oldest just turned 13, and then I have a 9-year-old and one that's about to turn 6. 3 daughters. I'm glad to be here.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, I don't know, Vilma, if this is your first time in the United States, but having been in other countries where gun violence is not as strong as it is in America because of our gun policies, I wanted to know how you feel bringing this work to America and how we all live in this world and, you know, have grown up with gun violence being so common. You know, we had active shooter training recently here at the War Memorial Opera House, and growing up in schools here, you know, I'm so used to hearing of gun violence, you know, in the East Bay, in San Francisco, and nationally. And I feel like there are places in this world where societies feel that gun violence is wrong and that we shouldn't have guns. And I wonder, what your thoughts are on that. And that's a big question, but that we can live in a society, like in America, we can live in a society that doesn't believe in gun violence and like perpetuating that onto our children. So, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question because for us Europeans, the amount of guns in this country it's hard to.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's it's hard to understand.
That's the technical word. That's
yes,
the technical word.
Yeah,
yes.
It is insane. And because we've done this in Europe for 4 times, and this is the 5th time, and this is very different because this is the leading country of school shootings as well, and bringing this opera to this country, it is a very different audience. In Finland, in the 2000s, we've had maybe 3 school shootings. Well, we're a much smaller country as well. But here, it's like every month, every week or something, and it's horrible. And I don't know, to a Finn, to a European, it is weird how guns are such a big part of this country, and to so many people it's important to have your own gun, and just the culture around guns, it's very hard to just fathom all that because it's so weird to us because we don't really have that. So yeah, it is interesting, and it will be, and I'm so happy to be a part of this panel and learn more because it helps me in the performances to actually know the audience better. So I'm really grateful to be here today to learn more.
Did any of your people go, "You're going to America? Be safe"?
Oh, my partner is like every day reminding me to be safe. Uber home when it's dark, like he's reminding me all the time to be safe. And I am Ubering home every night when it's dark, so.
Be safe in the Uber too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe get an Uber to follow that Uber.
It get real.
Yeah, get a lift. Question over here, yes.
We have 2 questions for the viewing audience. Someone wants to know for Vilma what you drew on to portray the scenes of bullying, because she notes that a lot of bullying goes on, among kids and young people.
Sorry, what did I?
Yeah, she wants to know what experiences you might have drawn on to be able to do the bullying scenes in the opera.
Yeah, at first I thought that Marketta, the girl that I'm playing, that she's this oddball who makes up these funny songs and doesn't mean any harm by them. And the coolest girl in the school asks Marketta to write a funny song about the frog boy because he looks like a frog. And at first I thought that, this is kind of harmless. But then the director wanted to go deeper, and that was difficult for me because I didn't want Marketta to be a bully. I just wanted her to be this weird girl who makes up these songs, and then she went too far, accidentally. But where do I draw that? I don't know. I try not to go too emotional in it. I try to be more like just physical, how like more choreographic thing, and not think with my head, but more like do actions. And we work with a choreographer, and so all the actors as well who are playing some like victims. Everything comes from the body and not thinking that I am acting trauma, but finding it in the body and the movement. And so I think working with Arko has helped as well in that, in the bullying scene and everything, to not go too deep in it, because that would be very, very hard and draining.
My wife's a choreographer and a PhD in dance, and gets really frustrated when people think the emotion's only in your head, or that your body actually can hold that too. So I totally believe that you can choreograph through these experiences without necessarily thinking through them. So yeah.
Kamau, can I give you the second question?
Yes.
It's actually from my goddaughter in Queens, who's an actor and mixed race. So she says, I'm curious if panelists could speak to the depictions of violence and how the race of both the performers and the audience impacts the work. Like if there's trauma and violence depicted by Black performers for a predominantly white audience, do they feel it changes the message, healing, resilience of the work, versus if it's Black performers for an audience that's predominantly BIPOC? And I think this goes to Chinaka's comment about imagining this opera done by Black performers.
Yes.
Absolutely. At every level. Even as an artist, there's music I create that I feel more comfortable having the conversation among people who have the similar lived experience. And you don't just get to consume it, but sometimes it just crumble like that. You consume it, but that's not my comfort zone.
There's a reason why John Wick is a white guy. I think the way in which we sort of read violence from white people in media, it somehow becomes sort of like anodyne in a weird way. Where if the hero who's doing violence is a Black person, a person of color, there almost has to be a reason for it. There's got to be a backstory in the way that, like with John Wick, it was like, I'm just upset about my dog, so I'm going to murder everybody. And we don't see that as being like, Whereas I think that absolutely who's doing it and also who the audience is makes a big difference, which is why, I think all Black people have been in a situation where you're taking in Black content with the Black, and you're sort of like, everybody sort of knows exactly where the jokes lie, references lie. And if you take in that content with the white audience, you're looking around, are you all laughing for the right reasons?
The first time I saw Get Out, I saw it at Galleria in DC. So it was a mostly not Black audience. The second time I saw it at Stonestown, it was mostly people of color audience. And then the third time I saw it was on Crenshaw. And that's 3 different movies. I swear to you, it's 3 different movies.
Whoa, absolutely.
Like what hits, what doesn't. Like
absolutely it was.
I think audience and context are everything. Would that I had the freedom to know that I was making something just for the women I wanted to make it for, and could only, those images were only live with people I knew who could be responsible for them. But my job is to make mass appeal. My job is to make timeless stories. So yeah, I think about how and where it can sit, and I try and populate my stories with the world as I know it, so that it can be functional and useful outside of the audience receiving it that first time.
I mean, I also think of connected to stand-up comedy, because what happens, I did my first thing I ever directed was a short documentary about Chris Rock's special, Bring the Pain. And it was the special that broke him through and made him a big star. And he's performing, it's got this famous comedy bit called Black People versus, do I have to say N-words?
Yes.
Okay.
It's still SF opera.
Yeah. So Black People versus N-words. I just wanted to get some verification.
You take that to Lorraine Hansberry.
Determined it. The audience determined I had to say N-words. So, and on the special recording, he's doing it in DC in front of a mostly Black audience, maybe all Black audience. But then it broke through on HBO, and suddenly you have white people who are like, I always agreed with what he said, and then they are using that, but they're sort of weaponizing that bit against Black people. And he talked about the idea of in that room, that was the exact audience that needed to hear it. They got what I was saying, they read the nuance, but once it leaves and goes to regular America, nuance gets lost. But you can't say HBO, just send this to the homes that are Black. You can't do that.
It's not useful. It's not functional that way either.
Yeah.
If it only ends up in the Black cultural zeitgeist, how functional can it be, or vice versa?
Yeah.
This to me also interfaces with what I was saying earlier, and now we're talking about art and how it's consumed, but now we're talking about real lived experiences when mothers lose their children to gun violence. The assumption that are put on those mothers. There's a deep assumption that's so hard to shake. And the media and the local news won't tell it the same, and they won't tell it right. And that's on a real life experience. So imagine when it's time to create art, the amount of burden you wear when you're creating art, and the representation and all the nuance you have to keep in mind. And nobody knows that better than those who've experienced the loss of a loved one and the way the public mishandled their story.
We could keep going, but that's all the time we have right now. Please give these wonderful people a round of applause, everybody. Chinaka, Vilma, Kariga. Please connect with them, find out where you can engage with their work, come back to the SF Opera to see Vilma's performance. I'd like to welcome my good friend, Pastor Michael McBride, on stage.
Yeah. Clap it up for these folks, everybody. This was amazing. All right. Oh, y'all, they trying to get us. Don't want to get off the stage. We need to showtime at the Apollo Sandman. We wanted to bookend this particular conversation with a wonderful, wonderful brother who is from San Francisco. I was introduced to him by Tanish Hollins, who was on our panel earlier, and we've been connecting and building together. He is literally born and raised in San Francisco, has grown up 4 blocks from here, and he said he's never been inside this building. And so now he's about to blaze the stage, y'all. Put your hands together for Gunna Goes Global.
How y'all doing? I was in here with HRC before we started. I was in here one time with the beautiful HRC. They invited me in here. So y'all can listen to this with your eyes closed. We'll get a little deep. I come from the bottom where the gods be, but can't ignore the Judas right beside me. And I wear all white when I'm feeling wicked, and I wear all black when I'm feeling gifted. I be in the ghetto where the kings die, I be in the hood where the queens cry, I be in the ghetto where the snakes grow, I be in the where they can't go. Might have to if they play with you, and they should go the hardest if they lay with you. Ain't got no understanding after casualties. Satan dwell right there where the gavel be. But that's what the ain't gotta burn on me. And when I get to heaven, got the burn on me. Been dancing with the ain't gotta burn on me. And when I get to heaven, got the burn on me. Yeah. The blind lead the blind, so they still wonder. If this was Black Panther, I'd be Killmonger. Don't ask me how I feel, cause I'm numb to it. And if they got the answers, tell them come do it. Ancestors on my side, this a war call. No surrender, no retreat, I'm trying to warn y'all. Freedom ain't free, it's worth dying for. If the future ain't ours, what we fighting for? Don't believe a word they say, cause it's all lies. And tell them show they proof if they allies. Reparations, cause it's right and they know it. Black lives matter, make them show it. I'm talking about the people in the spirit. The last shall be first and we near it. David slay Goliath, that's a good deed. You gotta have the faith of a mustard seed. Been dancing with the ain't gotta burn on me. And when I get to heaven, got the burn on me. Been dancing with the ain't gotta burn on me. And when I get to heaven, got the burn on me. I come from the bottom where the gods be. 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 Thank y'all. That was called Burner on Me by myself.
Stay right there, stay right there, stay right there.
For sure.
Now, tell us a little bit about this performance you just gave us and what is the message you were attempting to communicate in this song?
In the song, I talk about despite my environment and my experience being triumphant, being in a place that is full of temptation, but still like seeing the best in it and wanting to come out of it, victorious. When I talk about allies and stuff like that, it's more of tangible relief. We deal with a lot of mental health in the inner city, right? And throughout the song, as you can hear, we're talking about our experiences, kings dying in the ghetto. Those are not just regular people, these are kings and queens, you know what I'm saying, coming from the bottom where the gods are. So it's real ancestral, for sure.
Yeah, and it's powerful making the connection with mental health and with grief, because you have started to use your platform, your fame, people know your name, know who you are, your story, so it hits different. You're actually creating spaces throughout the city to gather other young men, women, and families to talk about trauma. Just say a little bit about that and why that's become such an important part of the work that you're doing now.
Well, I know that when people's minds are right, the quality of life will go up exponentially, right? So the work that I've been doing through the ECN Foundation, we've been putting on exhibits. We had an exhibit in Bayview, Hunters Point at the Bayview Opera House. We was able to pack that out, and that exhibit talked about San Francisco from a black perspective, and also the 8 different subjects under the umbrella of mental health. Then we've been doing youth events. We had one recently over there in Lakeview. A bunch of beautiful faces came out, K through 12, and we were able to introduce them to holistic ways of dealing with issues that they may have, because we also understand when it comes to black folks, unfortunately, we make up a huge part of the rising demographic when it comes to suicide and depression. We, as a people, we've dealt with a lot, but gentrification has really displaced us to the point to where that communic therapy is no longer there. So people are isolated and then turning on themselves. But at the events that I'm hosting and putting together, we offer tangible relief. So a lot of the organizations that do this day in and day out, they come, they table, and they're able to deal with people in real time.
Yeah, clap it up for that, y'all. I mean, it's amazing. I'm super grateful for just your vision and your passion for this. And you've titled them some cool titles like Respect My Mind.
Yeah, Respect My Mind and Therapy in the Ghetto. For
yeah,
sure.
Therapy in the Ghetto. Respect My Mind, Therapy in the Ghetto. So I want folks to know about your work, because I want folks to imagine figuring out ways to support you and perhaps popping in and staying connected to your work. So tell folks how they can be connected to you and when's your next event, if you got one planned.
So Gunna Goes Global is my name on all social platforms. My nonprofit is ECN Foundation, so that's ISIAIN Foundation.org. My next event will be July 13th in the African American Culture Center. So that's right up the street from here. Anybody, I mean, y'all should know. Some familiar faces in here. We're going to be at the Culture Center. And that is going to be Respect My Mind Youth Edition Part 2. So we plan to have about 150 children, K through 5. We're going to have face painting out there. We're going to have games for them, but we're also going to introduce them to like meditating and other holistic tools that they could be able to use in case they're getting bullied at school or, peer pressure, things that are going on right now on social media. We don't want them to internalize it, or we don't want them to internalize negative things that are in the environment. So they definitely need to have an outlet and be able to decompress. So that's what we're going to do at the event.
Yes. July 13th.
July 13th at
July
12 o'clock.
13th, 12 o'clock.
On Fulton.
If there's one thing you would just tell the audience gathered and those online, as a native San Franciscan, as someone who has a multi-generational presence in this city, what's one thing you want folks to know about the communities that have produced us? You're a Fillmore guy, I'm an HP guy. We all come from this soil. What's one thing you would say, man, folks need to know this about our city?
We're very influential. Fillmore is the Harlem of the West. As you guys know, Bayview Hunters Point has produced some beautiful people. Black San Francisco, just in general, even though we may not have the biggest platform, we have made major contributions to the arts, to tech, economics, everything that you can think of. So our history is a San Francisco history, and it is something that needs to be preserved, and it is something that also needs to be amplified and ultimately funded, because if you remove the energy of black folks up out of San Francisco, it becomes similar, like nothing against like Daly City or whatever, you know what I mean? But that's what it becomes. So Just keeping it a buck with y'all.
Nothing
you know
against
what I mean?
Daly City.
Nothing against Daly City.
Just a point of reference.
But, you feel me? Shout out to all my Pinoys and stuff like that. But right now, these environments that have been gentrified, we need to reverse gentrification. It is very important in the United States of America that black folks be aggressively integrated into the economic structure of what's going on. When black people do good, everybody else does better. And this is just historically speaking. So, you know what I mean? Funding is essential because we are in a capitalist society, so we're not going to shy away from that. You know, the prayers is good, but profits is better. So, yeah.
Gunna Goes Global, everybody. Clap it up for Gunna. All right, y'all. We are going to take a 15-minute stretch your legs break and come on back afterwards and make a run to the finish line, all right? So feel free to go and refresh yourself. Come on back in 15 minutes. We have our last panel with some great speakers and guests, and we'll bring it on home. All right. We're back. Clap it up if you're glad to be here in the building. How many of you have been here since the beginning? Everyone gets a free glass of water if you've been here. You can make sure you get it on the way out. Quite a day we've had, and we certainly want to appreciate all you that have stuck through this. We know that this has been a heavy conversation, but I hope that it's stretched your mind and your imagination to think a little bit about this idea beyond innocence, beyond guilt. Again, few are guilty. All of us are responsible. How many of you are imagining more ways we can be responsible together, right? So that's what the purpose of this last panel is, to help us think a little bit more deeply about our collective responsibility. Now, what we're going to do is kind of do a thing that we kind of premiered at the DeYoung Museum. It's a little model. It's like speed dating panel conversations. Only in the sense that we're going to bring up each guest, panelist, and give them a 5-minute one-on-one with myself, and then bring up the following panelists and give them a little bit of opportunity to interact with what was shared and start to share their own kind of conversation. And we'll just keep doing that until our panelists get on stage. And then we'll have a collective conversation about where do we go from here. Does that sound okay? And we've thought that'd be cool because, you know, nobody likes a talking head panel all day long. So at least you get a chance to see folks kind of stand up and move around and bring a little bit more energy as we make a sprint to the finish. So clap your hands for our next group of panelists that are about to come. Our first guest is Ewan Barker Plummer. He's the chair of the San Francisco Youth Commission. Clap your hands for Ewan as he comes to the stage. All right, Ewan, you the first up.
Hello, hello.
All right. Tell us a little bit about the Youth Commission and your work with the Youth Commission.
Definitely. So my name is Ewan Barker Plummer. I serve as the chair of the San Francisco Youth Commission. We are a body of 17 young leaders here in the city and county who advise the mayor and the board of supervisors, and through them, really our entire city and county government on issues and policies impacting young people, which is sort of everything in a way. One of the reasons I really love it is, you know, youth is such an intersectional demographic that we have in our city, and also city services so directly impact young people. So we're really blessed to have the opportunity to have young people like myself really have direct relationships with our elected leaders and appointed leaders to make sure that we're delivering for young people here in San Francisco.
Come on, clap it up for this young leader in the building, right? So as you think about this conversation we're having and you think about the collective trauma that so many young people face in this city, that you represent their voices, what is it that you want folks to know about young people and just what it means for them to have to exist and persist under these kinds of conditions?
Definitely. Well, let me say this. I think my generation, more than any other, has been defined by gun violence and by the epidemic that we have across this country. And it's an epidemic because every part of our country is touched by this crisis. It is a public health crisis as much as it is a public safety crisis. But it's an epidemic also because it only happens here in the United States. Other countries like the US, who have similar GDP, who have strong economies, they don't see this kind of violence and this kind of fear, especially amongst young people, but I think amongst all of our communities when it comes to gun violence, because they've actually implemented policies that keep people safe. And those are things that we can very easily do here in the United States if we had the political will.
Touch your neighbor. He said, if we had the political will. What do you think gets in the way of having the political will? I shared earlier when I was a kid growing up in Hunters Point, you know, I was wondering, why don't the adults fix what's going on? And now I was saying I am an adult, and it keeps me up. I hear you kind of throwing a little shade at the adults. Is that how you feel, real talk? You know,
No,
ain't nobody gonna like hate on you or nothing. Just
Well, no, I'm wondering why you haven't solved the issue.
Me too, Ewan?
Yeah. No, I think that there is a generational divide there. And to be very blunt, I think, you know, we're in San Francisco, it's a very liberal area. That's not to say that there isn't more work that can be done on the local level, but like to really see change on a national level, we need action from Congress and from the executive. And I think that there is a question that young people are asking themselves right now. And they're asking, like, why hasn't my community protected me? Why haven't our elected leaders, who are elected by, you know, my parents and my community and my neighbors, why don't they have the will to take this issue seriously? Youth spaces have become the center point for gun violence in the United States. It's becoming an intentional target because of the pain it creates for an entire community, but it also has this impact where young people lack a voice in our politics, one, because we cannot vote, and two, because we have, you know, sort of institutional bias against young people and against young people's opinions. So I think, you know, we need to understand that in order to really address this issue and to incorporate young people in solutions. Because really, you know, it's young people who are the victims. It's too often it's young people who are the perpetrators. And it's, you know, generation-wide. That's not to say that there aren't communities that are disproportionately impacted by this. There certainly are. But I don't think you can meet a young person in America today who, you know, gun violence and the fear of gun violence is not, you know, top of mind. It's not one of the top issues that we have when it comes to politics and also just when it comes to living our lives.
You know, I have two daughters. One is 15, one is 12, and they wearing a brother out. I just want everybody to know they, whew. And I always worry about their childhood being robbed by trying to solve problems that adults should solve. And hearing you say you want to make sure that youth voices are included, can you just maybe say a quick word about the way to include youth voices without robbing you all of the gift of your childhood?
I think that's a really good question, and I think it's really important to address in order to make sure that we can have productive dialogue, but also like keep young people safe, right? For one part is I chose to be here. I applied to the Youth Commission. I had the honor of being appointed to the Youth Commission. I chose that. And so I think that when leaders, you know, drive that, it's reasonable to say, like, you know, not that you represent young people, period, but that you are the voice of them, and it's important to recognize, you know, who kind of puts themselves forward into that position. I also think, you know, we can think about age-appropriate ways to have these conversations. You know, we should not talk about school shootings to 6-year-olds in the same way that we should to 16-year-olds. At the same time, I think it's also important to recognize that both of those people are thinking about gun violence. And by not addressing it and by assuming that young people, you know, just need to be protected, which I think is a really important thing that people feel, and I understand why. But it also means that we're not having conversations that we need to have. They need to be age appropriate. That's something that I've worked on the Youth Commission, of making sure that, like, when we have active shooter drills, how do we talk about that and how do we make them as trauma informed as possible, because they themselves are traumatizing. But they're also necessary, just given the circumstances that we live in.
How old are you, Ewan?
19.
Clap it up for the 19-year-old Ewan representing us on the Youth Commission. All right, we're gonna keep it moving here. Each speaker is going to just move down one chair while the next speaker comes up so we can all get a chance to interact with one another. Our next speaker, our next panelist is Sheryl Davis. She is from the San Francisco Human Rights Commission, and she's coming to the stage. Clap it up, y'all. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up for a champion of human rights here in the city of San Francisco. Go ahead, have a seat. Maybe just say a little bit about your work, just in case some people don't know what the San Francisco Human Rights Commission does.
So the San Francisco Human Rights Commission is charged with addressing discrimination and bias in the city and county. Our charter mandate is for folks who experience discrimination in housing, accommodation, which means if you need a chair when you go into a restaurant or if you need the door to be wider, that, and then housing. So employment, housing, and accommodation. And so that's our main charter. We were actually created, a lot of folks don't realize that San Francisco had issues with black people way back when the South was having black people problems. I mean, we all still have black people problems, but that's a whole other conversation. But that ultimately, when folks did not want to let black people sit at lunch counters, yes, in San Francisco, when they didn't want to let them buy cars here in San Francisco, when they weren't allowed in certain buildings, and the mayor at that time was worried that I don't want to call them riots, but the uprisings that were happening in other cities were going to happen here. They created the Human Rights Commission. So it was actually charged with making sure that the issues plaguing black folks were addressed. It has since moved on to be about protecting the 20-plus protected classes that San Francisco has. Whether height, age, weight, all those things, and LGBT, sexual orientation, gender identity. Those are the main pieces, but over the last few years, we've launched special projects and initiatives either on behalf of the Board of Supervisors or Mayor Breed. So the Dreamkeeper Initiative, the Reparations Advisory Committee, paid internships for young people, the LGBT Advisory Committee, Office of Racial Equity for the City and County of San Francisco. That's just a few of the things that we do.
She obviously does not sleep. Somebody say amen, because she's trying to help everybody. The legacy of exclusion and difference in what is called the most progressive region in the world needs a San Francisco Human Rights Commission. What would you say about the root causes of why that is, and as we talk about this particular issue of violence and trauma is more than just the shooting of a gun. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Somebody sent me, which I'm like now saying I probably shouldn't share this, but
just make it anonymous.
Somebody said,
Mike
I won't
McBride
say,
said
it's not. It's my comment that's a concern, not what I got.
Well, dig your own hole. I can't help it.
Look, I know Dave Chappelle has been canceled, but I usually say when Dave Chappelle's keeping it wrong, keeping it real goes wrong, that's me. So I'm like, what should I share? But basically, somebody sent me an image today of somebody complaining about being physically attacked. And I was like, violence is violence, karma is karma. Like they had verbally attacked someone, done some violence, and that karma came back on them. So I do feel very strongly that physical, like we all know that the old saying, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will, like we have since grown past that. When I was growing up, that was the language that I was told, but now people are like, words hurt, and they sometimes sting and are much worse than the physical ailments that we may experience, and so I agree with that. I'm originally from Texas, was born in Texas, spent my summers in Texas, but grew up in the Bay Area. And I would say to your point around root causes or why we need it in San Francisco, I've shared with folks often, I prefer the blatant racism that I experience in the South to the overt the covert racism that I experience here in San Francisco. So when I come into a place and people don't want to sit next to me and I'm like, oh, it's just, it's not. Like, you can pretend like it's all good or we're so progressive, but the truth of the matter is, if I'm honest in terms of the level of scrutiny, whether it is the mayor or the chief or me or other folks experience in black bodies that other folks do not have to experience is real. And I think the reason we have it here is because I would say some folks in my office would argue it started for black people. Black people have been erased. I actually had somebody ask me the other day, do you only help black people? And when we look at the data, right, if we just go solely based on the data, the fact that San Francisco is less than 6% black, but we still have nearly 50% of the folks who are incarcerated are black. School suspensions are predominantly black youth. Health disparities are way off the charts for black folks, right? Unemployment, when it was in the single digits for the city and county of San Francisco, was in double digits for black folks. The unemployment, housing, less than 6%. Nearly 40% of the unhoused population is black. Like the numbers say if we would solve for that, we would actually solve for a lot of the things that are wrong with the overall city. But the minute we start to solve for that, then people start to say, I'm racist because all I care about is black people.
Yeah, it's almost like people see it through a lens of scarcity.
Yes.
And not abundance. Isn't it ironic that we can be living in one of the most wealthiest regions in the world and we still feel like we don't have enough? I mean, I think it's a commentary on the bankruptcy of our spirit, of our human connection. And I do believe that the San Francisco Human Rights Commission and bodies like this, including the Youth Commission, I'd love for you to say a quick word about, because you work with a lot of young people, Mo Magic, all kind of folk, young people of color. Say a little bit about what you heard from you and how that dovetails with some of the work that we have to keep doing with young people.
I mean, so again, I'm super old school, right? Like I was raised by my grandmother and have a lot of things that I know I have to move myself out the way because I know if I'm in a room, I'm gonna be like, pull your pants up, watch what you see. Like I know I'm gonna revert to that, right? And everybody's not ready for that, and that's fine.
Yeah, Ewan, pull your pants up.
I think Ewan's okay. Look.
She's not talking about
I want
you,
him to
okay?
call my son, talk to his pants and his hair. But I would say, like, what I'm realizing in this is that we have been very intentional about supporting young people, about creating the platforms, about having access. But I think that there is also still a way to think about how we partner, how we mentor, how we engage, how we share the strategies. And so I often share, I was listening when Ewan was talking, I was like, I didn't have, and you may appreciate this, and folks of a certain age may appreciate, but I would say growing up in the Black Baptist Church taught me about healing, it taught me about like resilience, but it taught me those things without saying that's what it is, right? And so I think about, I was just telling somebody this earlier, like I think about my grandmother, who I'm pretty sure did not graduate high school, definitely did not go to college, but I could always tell where she was working based on when she came home, what was in her hair. So when she worked in the cotton mill, she came home, there was cotton in her hair, right? When she worked at Texas Instruments putting calculators together, she had metal bits in her hair. But when she came home, even on her roughest, toughest day, right? She didn't come home and say, oh my God, today was horrible. Right? She'd come in, she'd go in the kitchen, she'd start cooking for folks, and I could hear her, have you any rivers that seem uncrossed? She would sing, right? Like now we research and we know that science tells us music is healing, right? But my grandmother knew that without anybody telling her that, right? And that there is something about whether we think about it as religion or we think about it as culture or we think about it as resilience building or healing building, that's what, to me, the church was, right? I learned how to read because Black History Month, Mother's Day, Easter, I had to learn a poem, and if I didn't have that poem memorized, I would see my mother in the corner, and I knew when I got down, there was going to be a pinch waiting for me. Right? I learned, because I'm of a different age, I didn't learn Langston Hughes and Maya Angelou in school. I learned it in February when I had to get up and say, what happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, right? So there's a part of this that is about, resilience isn't just the resilience piece, it is the keeping hope. And so that's why I think about like the Pauli Murrays of the world who couldn't be fully, truly themselves, but yet still studied religion still had hope and still tried to educate and share that love. And I think that's the piece that when we do this work, and I appreciated the comments earlier because self-care, right? Listening to some music, taking some time to like just calm down and meditate. And so you can call it prayer, you can call it meditation, but taking a moment to pause and giving yourself the grace to do that. I think we're seeing that more and more, but I may have called it gossiping when my grandmother was on the phone, but the ability to create relationship, to listen to somebody, to be heard, I think that is part of what I want to see happen, right? Like that we have spent so much time toiling and trying to do this work and trying to build the work that we don't pay attention to the fact that Harriet Tubman was doing collective impact model before it was studied, right? And that she was, they talk about she used drama and theatrics in order to move around and do things, right?
Yeah.
That she used meeting tonight, right? She used song. So when we talk about arts and the way we move, it is not a new concept.
Right. It's a historical part of our struggle. And the moment you lose memory of the struggle, you lose lots of tools that help to bring us over. Sheryl Davis, everybody. Let's appreciate her voice. She's going to stay with us. Our next guest that's coming to the stage is Dr. Rochelle Dicker from, oh snap. Doc got an entourage. Well, say hello to your entourage and to everybody else. Dr. Dicker, just say a little bit about your work. Obviously, we're so blessed to have you here with us.
Kind of feel like I'm at the Tonight Show, the way you sit up here a little bit.
Gives it a little different vibe.
It's a privilege to be here with those of you on this platform and for so many of you out there. Because one thing that's really important to bring back to this is nobody does this work alone. So I feel a little humble being up here as an individual talking about this because there's no way it would have happened. And as you heard earlier from Tanish Hollins, the work that I'm going to describe, it's not possible without not the community, our community.
Yeah.
And so I'm a trauma surgeon and an acute care surgeon, critical care, all that. And back in 2001, as I was training to become a trauma surgeon, it became really clear to me based on one 16-year-old that even though I was training to be able to fix physical injuries and to take out a spleen if I needed to take out a spleen, was I really hearkening back to that interview that I had when I got into medical school? I want to help people. But was that enough, what I was doing from an injury standpoint? And it felt like absolutely not when this 16-year-old who was injured came back to the hospital 2 weeks later. He was from the Bayview, and the second time that he was injured, and I was then able to take care of him once again, fortunately. I asked him, I said, so, you're recovering, so what are you going to do when you get out? What are your goals? And he said, I'm not going to live past 25. And he looked at me like my question was out of this world. So it was very clear at that time that just like we think about heart disease, diabetes, all these other public health crises, that there are risk factors and root causes involved. And just taking that spleen out clearly was not addressing the root causes and the drivers. The drivers being that this was a black man, young man from the Bayview. Structural racism had impacted him to such an extent that he was in his youth hurt twice in the same month. So thinking in terms of what we need in social care really to address root causes became more and more clear. And there was no possible way from my vantage point as someone growing up in the suburbs as a white girl then woman that I could do this. I needed our community and started reaching out to the place where this young man was coming from. And that's why I met these amazing people here that now represent Wraparound violence prevention professionals. And I met one man in particular, Michael Texada.
He's been speaking all day. We know he's in the room.
So calling you out, Tanish, because when I went to the Bayview and was looking for the satellite health center there, clearly I didn't know my way in that area. And there was Mike, and I said, do you know like where the health center is? Are you lost? And I said, no, I need the help. No, you're lost.
And you've been lost ever since.
And I've been lost ever since. So the health center led me to other stories, but what's important is that we required the community to be woven into the fabric of our trauma center and trauma centers across the country. And now the violence prevention professionals, credible messengers, people who are coming from our impacted communities, really stand shoulder to shoulder with us and provide those services to risk reduction resources, employment, education, tattoo removal, court advocacy, and most foremost is that incredible mentorship and love so that they believe in people before they believe in themselves and carry that relationship out. And it's been an amazing journey, and you really feel like with that you can address the root causes.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful. I want to ask you a question about your social location. Certainly, being a white woman gives you a particular social location, but being a doctor has another kind of impact. We did a study on communications about the best spokespersons to shift public sentiment about gun violence. And doctors outrank pastors, police, and politicians as a credible voice. Can you talk a little bit about how you have found your voice as a doctor to help the city of San Francisco and perhaps others understand? Because now hospitals are all in on this community violence intervention effort across the country, which is love for folks to hear. Perhaps it will give them an example of how to use their voice in their social location as well.
So I think it's three characteristics, really, and there's no possible way that doctors have more impact than you, Pastor Mike.
That's what the poll said. Who am I to argue with a poll?
Not buying it.
And I'm humble, you know. Negro preachers ain't as popular as we used to be. Somebody saying that.
But I think the three foremost characteristics for us as physicians and in that white coat, and maybe this is the antithesis of that, it's humility, humanity, and relevance. And with those three things, then it allows you to open that door to the hospital. Because opening the door to the hospital means you're walking out to know your community outside of when they're just at their sickest or most injured. And it allows the community, our community, to come in. So that lever, to be able to open the door, to leave the hospital and to allow those who can heal in as part of our team, that's the most essential part of it.
Humility, humanity, and relevance. Man, that's a 3-point sermon I could use on Sunday. See, Doc, you helped me preach on Sunday. Clap your hands for Doc, everybody. Amazing, 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 amazing. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Gabriella Lena Frank, she is with the GLF Creative Academy of Music. Come on to the stage, girl. Don't be shy. We ready for you. We ready for you. Clap your hands for her, everyone, as she comes. Uh-oh. She dropped the mic, huh, before she even sat down. Oh, we ready for you. All right, tell us a little bit about the Creative Academy of Music and just what that work does. We were talking a little bit earlier. Fascinating, but I don't want to mess it up because I be messing things up sometimes.
Hello, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm just so thankful that I heard all the panels, and I feel like I'm just in such wonderful company. About my academy, I have to first confess that I never aspired to create an academy. I have a long life as a professional composer, and I'm Latina. My mother's from the beautiful and small Andean nation of Peru. I'm a Berkeley native, and my parents landed there in the 60s because my father was a grad student. They met because he was a Peace Corps volunteer in the 60s. He comes from a nice Jewish family in New York, and he was among the first wave of volunteers when Kennedy started this program. And he was stationed in a small fishing village. So when I grew up in the 70s here, I studied with Historic Berkeley, I studied with a South African refugee for my piano teacher, and she would give me songs from around the world alongside the usual diet of Bach and Beethoven, and so I cut my teeth on a variety of different kinds of pieces. And in my entire childhood, I never met another Latino studying classical music. I never met a black musician studying classical music. And there aren't a lot of us still in the classical music world. I went on to study in major conservatories. I have a doctorate. I'm really highly trained. And back in the day in the conservatories, it was all about making your mark, writing in a certain style. As a cultural worker, what are the stories? Which culture are you going to give permanence to in the stories that you tell in your chosen medium? And so I remember that I started to feel like I didn't quite fit in from the very first day. My first day in the conservatory, I was 17 years old. I couldn't believe I was actually in a very wealthy school with these beautiful practice rooms. And I was practicing my very first session on a Steinway Grand with a view to the field instead of some dingy little basement, which is really quite common in music schools. And I was interrupted by a member of the faculty who had seen me through the window, and he came in, and he was angry. And he asked me, "What are you doing here? Step away from that instrument. I'm going to talk to your supervisor." And he thought I was part of the largely Central American janitorial staff. And this is how I began my time. And I'm of a generation, I turned 52 later this year. I'm of a generation of classical musicians of color that fought just to get in the room. So we often just kept our head down, and then we would excel by working 10 times as hard. And there were so few black and brown musicians when I was an undergrad and master's student in Houston, Texas at Rice University, that we formed our own club. We were just of color. And that carried on to Michigan. And I'm here because of a civic initiative. I wouldn't even be here. Thank God my father joined up with this institution. I'm a Berkeley native. We protest everything. When the cheese board decided they're not going to do cinnamon rolls on Tuesday, we go and we protest that. So that's in my blood. And I was an ESL tutor, and at Michigan, I started volunteering at a men's prison of mostly Latino men who had committed all distressing array of crimes. And I would talk to them about music. And I would see it was surreal to go from one world to another, and I kept it on the down low. I didn't tell people, because it would mean that I wasn't serious about the art. This is the culture of the time. Some of the discussions that we're having now were not happening in the 90s. So I focused, on this career that invested my life, and I felt the weight of responsibility, and I wanted to see what was the connection between a super ultra high art form and the community. I have experienced the gun violence. Unfortunately, I didn't grow up in a super safe neighborhood in Berkeley. It became gentrified, and now it's like an amazing neighborhood. But it wasn't like that when I was growing up. I knew kids that had been killed. A childhood friend went to jail for many years because he also shot someone. And I think about this, going, my God, this is just in the periphery of all of us, and so close. So it was important for me to figure out, if I'm really going to do this, maybe I should become a trauma surgeon, or maybe I should do something really useful, become a lawyer. If I'm going to do music, what's a melody for? And so I didn't have enough experience to be able to convince myself to stay with it. So I kept at the volunteer initiative. I had a couple lucky breaks. One of my agents is here right now. Fast forward 20 years, my opera was played here at San Francisco Opera. Yeah. I still, look at that. Those are goosebumps. Yes. I still marvel and wonder that I have this very robust and international life as a composer.
Can I just, what did that do for you as an artist, to have your music featured in an institution like the San Francisco Opera? Because, I've grown up here my whole life. I live in East Bay. My parents still have the home we grew up in over in the city. And, I was joking with Jen and Matthew a few times, I've been to the opera in this building more times in the last year than I have in my 30-something plus years of being in the city. I remember Jim had me come to the opera in the park, and I didn't even know, I didn't know what was going on. I was like, what? And they were telling me this happens every year here in San Francisco for as long as I've been born, and I didn't get there until I was 47. I brought my daughters, they didn't know what was going on either. And so there seems to be this sense that sometimes our work or our bodies are not always appeared to be as welcomed in certain spaces, even if you are a lifelong resident of these places. I'm sure, seeing the goosebumps still on your arm, that had to have done something for you. And what could that kind of access do for your students?
Well, this was an opera, first of all, in Spanish. And one of the reasons why I had a long, torturous life getting to the stage, I mean, from the time I was pitched the idea to when it actually arrived was 15 years. And patience will sometimes be the death of us, as we people of color are trying to get these projects through and to get representation and to be heard. So Spanish was seen as not an opera-like language. It's not Italian, and it's not French, and it's not German. So that's the first thing. Then we were our Latino team. My librettist is Nilo Cruz. But, he's got cred. He has a Pulitzer as a playwright. So you would think that we're...
Good. Polish is pretty good.
Yeah, so it took a lot of perseverance. Now I tell my students, this was all a long preface to, with such a big career and being able to see my work represented, and I felt mostly just relief first that it just went well because it just took so long. And the opera is called El Último Sueño de Frida Diego. It's about the Mexican painters Frida Kahlo, Diego Rivera. I just felt like I was going to shame my family name by, not honoring a whole country and icons. I mean, so representation, there's a lot of pressure. So we were talking about resilience and self-care. It's something that is super important in a field that can be really punitive and very judgmental. I used to practice 8 hours a day, in the practice room, and that was just what you had to do. In 2016, if you throw your mind back, this was the election between Clinton and Trump. And I think like a lot of people, we were just getting shocked with each week. Like, it's really going this slow, it's really going this slow. Now we're kind of numb to it. But my husband and I, we took a cross-country trip, and we stopped in a state with an open carry policy. And I went into the truck stop to get chocolate and water or whatever. My husband stayed back, and I got accosted. Now, I don't think I present a very scary figure at all, but this scary big white dude knocked me down from behind. I had never experienced anything like that, and I was on my way to a gig, so I was on my way to be that Grammy-winning composer. I had all my confidence in my head, and that meant nothing to this man. And what I saw in his face as he was standing over me, he opened his jacket or whatever it was and showed me that he was carrying. And so it became menacing, and there was pleasure on his face, like this was something he could do. It didn't matter. And then I thought I wasn't doing enough. Those 8 hours a day wasn't enough, representing wasn't enough. The opera was finally green-lighted, and it wasn't enough. So we had recently moved to Mendocino County from the Bay Area. We actually were able to buy acreage. It's so expensive around here, And I said, I have to do something more, and I founded the Gabriela Lena Frank Creative Academy of Music to create a safe space. And because of my demographic, I tend to attract composers that are vulnerable. I do have young white guys. I think it's moving that they look at a middle-aged Latina as a mentor. I think that's really cool that we're at that point. But I have composers and artists who have been abused in all manners of ways, who are trans and are trying to put their grief, their rawness, and their all of themselves for you. They're trying to bring permanence to their experience for you. Being an artist is this kind of energy, including the traumas. And so I try to give them technical skill sets. I do a lot of volunteering in my tiny little town of 1,000 people. I live in Boonville. And a lot of Latino undocumented workers on the farms. And I volunteer in the schools, and they see this, composer with a major career doing this work. And so we have to bring the high art tradition, which can be very disconnected unless you have an organization like this. And I was telling you, the San Francisco Opera is the kind of organization that said, Ryan Marchand, I was speaking with, said, why don't we bring some of these people you volunteer with in Boonville to come to the dress rehearsal? And they're all Mexicano. So they came and they saw that, and we brought about 3 vans of people like that over, and they walked around in a mission, and many of them had only gone from Mexico to Boonville, had not seen anything else. And then they saw their culture and their language in the subtitles.
Amazing. Come on, everyone. This is rich. All right, we're going to bring our final panelist up, Thais Wortham. She is the Director of Community Engagement with the Community Arts Stabilization Trust. Clap your hands for her as she comes to the stage. All right, we've heard from our young person representative about the importance of representation and also age-appropriate engagement. We certainly heard from Dr. Davis about the importance of ensuring that we have the legacy of why these kinds of differences and exclusions happen in our city, the powerful emerging work that's happened in the hospitals, and this powerful conversation about arts. I would love for you perhaps just to share a little bit about, first, what does CAST do, and what is the role of place in this idea of healing, trauma recovery, and just creating the kind of communities where everyone can thrive?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to be here and be upon this panel of brilliant minds. Thank you so much. It's an honor. So CAST is the Community Arts Stabilization Trust, and we are a community-centered real estate organization that secures and stewards affordable, long-term cultural spaces for artists and cultural workers to work and to live. And we believe that arts and culture are the essential building blocks to a healthy society, and that they function as essential infrastructure, just like food and water and clean air, shelter, right? Safety and healthcare. There's also soul care, right? And so what's going to feed our soul, right? And so that's where the arts steps in, right? So we know that arts and culture, bridges gaps in understanding. We know that arts and culture provides an outlet for the emotions that we express as human beings, right? From joy to longing to hope, anger, frustration, grief, right? And so when I was really thinking about the theme for today, I kept asking myself, root cause and collective responsibility kept coming up, right? So how do we interrogate the root cause of the violence that we're seeing and experiencing in our communities today? And what is our collective responsibility? And so one of my colleagues always reminds me, we gotta start with ourselves first, right? And so CAST is in a very unique position and has a very unique perspective across arts, culture, and place. Our work, our job, what we do is place. And so how does place contribute to the violence, right? So first we have to look at, the original stewards of this land, right? Of this stolen land, right? We gotta acknowledge that. And we have to acknowledge the genocide of the indigenous peoples of this land. We also have to acknowledge and recognize the historical impacts of redevelopment, revitalization efforts, the continued development going on that is creating rapid gentrification, right? And displacement in our communities over and over again across generations, creating historical generational trauma and harm to our communities, especially in Black and Brown communities. And so we see all of this history, what's happening currently, and we see the disconnection, right? We see the disruption happening in our communities. We see when we're experiencing it, right? The displacement and the splitting of families, right? The dismantling of the fabric of our support systems, right? And so at CAST, we are asking ourselves constantly, well, what is our responsibility in creative placemaking and keeping? How do we acknowledge, our position, right, in the ecosystem, our power, right? And how do we enter communities and exit communities with mindfulness? Are we causing disruption, or are we creating cohesion, right, with our projects? So how are we honoring and recognizing and building upon the assets, the existing cultural assets in neighborhoods, right, that are already there, in and with community, towards belonging and cohesion, healing, right, connection. So that's where we are.
Yeah. And it's so important, I have appreciated the emergence of words like belonging in our social discourse, because we have to think up new language to describe where we're trying to go. And it appears to me that you all are certainly committed to not only championing, right, the kind of world we want to see, but also describing it. When you think of this issue of gun violence, when you think of this issue of trauma, when you've heard all the, responses from this panel, what would you offer to the audience as an important consideration and takeaway for how place, even if you don't live in that place, is still our all collective responsibility?
Well, I think, as I was really thinking about this subject today, I'm like, we all need to be asking these questions in respect to where we come from, who we are as individuals, right? Our professions, industries we're working in, we all need to be asking these questions of ourselves, and really thinking about, like, we're here, I'm here in the Bay Area, I'm here in the city, but we are going through change right now, post-pandemic, right? Like, it's been changing, but it's like our cities, we're thinking about how to rebuild and redesign our cities right now, our downtowns, right? And so, again, just coming back to, are we rebuilding, redesigning, repurposing buildings, cities, towns for disruption or for cohesion? So, these are...
Say that again. That was some good stuff. I think it flew over my head the first time, so I know it flew over your head too. Are we
rebuilding, redesigning, repurposing our cities and downtowns for disruption or for cohesion? Yeah.
And that's a heavy question, right? Because unfortunately, there are some who may have an outsized influence on that conversation, and that influence may be away from the public view. But if there is a collective cohesion and a communal sense of belonging, we could perhaps counter this idea that redevelopment and redesigning is only done for the purpose of disruption. And I think that's partly what I hope these conversations have done for us, is opened up space for us to imagine our role in ensuring that we can indeed participate in a way that creates cohesion. All these panelists, let's just appreciate them. Come on, clap your hands, everybody. Now, we got about 10 more minutes left, and so this is the rapid round, all right? All of you have heard each other speak, and I would just love for each one of you to get an opportunity to just take 1 minute, all right? And I'm gonna interrupt you in the good old black church style if you get too long, to just take 1 minute and just give a quick reflection of something that stands out for you based off of what you just heard. We'll start with you, Ewan. One quick thing that just came up for you as you heard your comrades speak on this panel.
Definitely. I think that, cohesion, which is that's what's on my mind right now. Like, I think that also looks different to different people, right? And I think that those who are typically in power, who often look like me, maybe a little bit older, but you know, who look like me.
Be careful, it happens quick, believe me.
Nothing like City Hall to make you feel older than you are. But it's people like me who, you know, have always been made to feel comfortable, right? And I think it's on me and my generation to recognize that and to recognize that what other people feel comfortable in doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to necessarily feel comfortable because we've gotten so used to having our needs catered to.
Ooh, that's rich, that's rich. Cohesion does not look the same for everybody. It's heavy. Dr. Davis, what would you say? Something that stood out for you?
I mean, I think just across the board, I think it's I guess my question was more around like, are we talking about cohesion is what we want, or do we want disruption? Because I think that everybody up here is disrupting. And so I think that discomfort is actually what brings about change. And so we have to disrupt some of the cohesion that's happening because we are working too hard to be part of the status quo, and we have to disrupt it to say that we should have different types of music, or that it should look different, or the people that play it should look different, or the way that we talk about healing should be different, or that we even talk about healing. That's why Gunna is so important, because Gunna does not represent what we typically expect in terms of somebody who says mental health needs to be talked about.
That's right.
So disruption is what stuck out to me, because when you're saying that, I was like, oh yeah, we want to be, I'm not looking for cohesion, right? Like that's not what I think we are, anybody up, because if everybody up here was looking for cohesion, they wouldn't be doing the work that they're doing.
Yeah, great point. Clap your hands for this. This is a very important distinction, right? Because disruption by the powerful looks very different from disruption by the powerless, right? And many of us who have lots of privilege, and, you know, all of us have certain kinds of privilege. Like, you know, I don't have the same kind of privilege as perhaps, say, Donald Trump. If I got convicted 34 times or something, it'd be over for McBride. Touch your neighbor, right? But in my context as a black, male, heterosexual Christian preacher, I have lots of privilege within my community. And so the question is to always ask ourselves, am I pushing against the disruption that comes from those who are grasping for more self-determination? Or am I asking for the status quo to be maintained in the cohesion of what is already in place? I appreciate that distinction. I think that's so very important. And it's important for all of us to be thinking about that, because I know if you live in the Bay, aren't you growing weary of bridges being shut down and freeways being shut down? And I know folks is like, oh my goodness, when these people gonna go back inside? But you gotta appreciate some of these folks are trying to figure out how to disrupt the status quo. And I always tell people the way you get peace is to give the people justice. If you give them justice, then you'll have peace, right? And so, great. I'm a black preacher. I'm starting to preach, but go ahead. Doc, what's one thing that stands out for you?
So what stood out to me really, I mean, this panel's extraordinary, and I kept on thinking resilience with all of you. You told resilient stories. I get emotional about hearing the direction you took that. It's an and, not so much a but. But we have to have our systems become more resilient. The way we do that is invest in our communities. Yeah. And that is the piece of resilience that bugs me, that we put it on the people who have been disenfranchised when we should be enfranchising. And that creates a more resilient system. This notion that came up earlier about the pie, our pie, we have a supersized pie in this country. And if you read about Heather McGee's work, if you listen to Kamala Harris, Kamara Jones, I mean, if you listen and hear this idea of we have never been shrinking, there is a huge pie, and we need to invest, and that is resilience for us as community and as a country, I think.
Yes. And I think Tanish talked about the compassion gap, I think earlier, if you've been here all day, maybe 4 hours ago, I don't know if you remember that. But, you won't invest in that which you don't have compassion for, right? And so I often think that part of our work is helping people to appreciate that even if it doesn't work the first time, it's not a lost investment. Right? Like, how many times did it take for you to get it right in your life? I know some of y'all got it right the first time all the way through. That's why you're winners. But for the rest of us, we had to fail a lot, right, to learn and to keep growing. And so I think one of the challenges for us in this region is to accept failure as a part of the process of succeeding and put our dollars where our mouth is. Because we talk a good game as progressives. Boy, if the world was the way we talked about it, we'd be winning, right? What stood out for you?
You know, I spent a lot of time talking to other musicians. And we talk about, you know, the fingerings we're going to use on the instrument or getting our reed straight or if we're playing in tune. I mean, it's a deep but very narrow conversation sometimes. And I've learned so much from all of you. And this is really just a short discussion and through the day. And it's important for us to talk outside our lane with people doing the good work, you know, but in government or other professions. And we don't have a lot of opportunities for symposiums like this. Our lives are so busy, but it helps you reinvigorate, you know, your own craft and your own platform is to somehow try and do that. It reminded me of being at the dog park, where nobody talked about what their profession is. We just talk about our dogs with one another. I actually met my husband that way, you know, and otherwise I never would have talked with him, but it was about the dogs first. But I kind of feel like suddenly I'm thrown into a dog park again, you know, and it's messy and chaotic in the best way. And but it reminds you that you're not alone. There's a lot of people doing a lot of good work. And on days when we despair, to know that there are people doing work from whatever their craft or their profession or their ethos is. And to me, that's very beautiful. And I'm just trying to keep it together because I just love being reminded of that again and again.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at that clock ticking down, so I want to give you a space to say what stood out for you with your comrade.
Yeah, I think I came to the panel before as well, and I think between this group and that group, I'm feeling the power of art, you know, the power of art and culture, and relating to and piggybacking off of what Gabriela said, just like, you know, we have to keep asking the hard questions. And Sheryl, thank you so much for breaking that down. And you know, my comment on disruption and cohesion, like continue to gather as we're doing today, right? And bringing in the voices that we don't hear, right? And continue to ask the hard questions, to break it down into nuance, so that we are in conversation, knowing about like, what does cohesion look like for you? And what does cohesion look like for you? And you, and you, and you, right? And so, so I think like, I'm gonna leave it there.
Well, if you're gonna leave it there, I'm gonna leave it there. Let's appreciate you and everyone. We thank you for your voice. Sheryl Davis, our doctor, our two doctors sitting in a row. Tice, we're so grateful for their voices. Can we just stand and appreciate them, everyone, for their gifts that they've offered for this day? All right, I'm going to bring Matthew, I think, to come and hang out for a few moments. It's been great being able to be here with you all. I won't be able to hang around for the reception. My baby girl is sick, and she's texting me like, Daddy, come take care of me. But I will be back here at some of these other events. But Matthew, it's just great to be here with you, bro.
Thank you, Pastor Mike. Thank you for leading us in this last panel. As was just said there, the depth and the intersection that we had in this last panel, but through the whole day as well. And I was thinking back to where we started with Sophie Oksanen, our librettist, And she talked about peaks and mountains, and she was talking about librettos and novels, but it made me think about how we think about issues. And so often we just think about the tippy-top peak of an issue. And I think about that with gun violence. I just speak personally. I mean, you tend to sort of reduce it to statistics. And I think what we have found today is just the depth of understanding, the sort of the mountain of the issue and the interconnectedness of that issue, and where you began, and the theme of the day really, of that we all have this responsibility. And the responsibility begins with understanding, and just beginning to scratch the surface even of the understanding of this issue. And just a few of the things that I jotted down that I was thinking about. Tanisha talked about untangling trauma. And our hope is that the opera is doing that, and certainly today
y'all doing a good job. Y'all doing a good job today. This was amazing.
Really,
yeah.
And the idea of that in community violence in particular, not necessarily so much school shootings, that the profile of the perpetrator and the victim is one and the same. Yes. And there's this moment in the opera, and it's become for me one of the really profound moments of it, where the mother of the shooter intersects with the mother of the victim, and she says, "We used to bake cakes together." And that idea that in a community, it's one and the same. It's one and the same community. And then the idea of justice being familial justice, not necessarily sort of police justice, that really resonated with me today. The idea that we're creating art not just for the moment but for the future, and the responsibility that we as arts organizations have to leave the canon of work for the future, and what stories do we want to pass on. And the passing on of stories is really, really profoundly important, I think. Something else which resonated was this idea that we're living in a grief-illiterate world. We just don't talk about death. We don't talk about grieving enough. And again, works like this, I think, can open the door to that in a really unique way. Wellness of people who are doing this work. The huge weight that all of our panelists are carrying in the work they're doing, the vision they're having, and how do we make sure that leaders are taking care of themselves. That's just very important. And artists as well, and I think you heard there some of the ways in which artists are struggling with that too. Gabriella just asked a question as she was trying to figure out how she could make an impact, and she said, what's a melody for? Sort of what can I do with a melody? And Kariga had a wonderful answer to that in the prior panel when he said that a melody is to unlock the heart. Yeah. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. So I think this interplay, the interconnectedness of all this, but fundamentally the root causes, the repercussions, the idea that this is a community issue, and how do we solve it on a community basis. And what we're trying to do with Innocence is just one small part of that. But I have to say that this piece, and I really hope all of you get a chance to see it as it plays through June. It is one of the most profound expressions of community making in art. Here there's about 21 principals between the singers, the actors, the speakers. As was mentioned earlier, they're singing in 9 different languages. It's this whole community of people, and they're bringing together this very profound expression of one issue through multiple lenses. And it's just been a privilege to be able to explore some of those today. And as was just mentioned in the last panel, I think one of the core issues for us as a company just always to be cognizant of is that art is one of the essential building blocks of society. This is not a luxury. This is part of how we interpret the world, how we make sense of the world, and again, how we pass down stories. So I'm so grateful to you, Pastor Mike, to Elena, to Ryan for curating today so beautifully, to all of our speakers, to our performers, for just giving of themselves. They are all so busy doing this work, and that they would take time to be with us is amazing. And to all of you for taking that time and just to being in community with us. It's really been a privilege to be together today. So thank you, Pastor Mike.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Amazing. And now I'll ask Eleanor and Ryan to come up and close out the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for those beautiful reflections on what has come before. I feel like we've been on a journey together. I know some of you've been here all day. We're very grateful. This whole thing will be posted online. I'm going to revisit some of the things that happened because I feel like they just need to be re-experienced and processed. But you can also tell your friends to tune in later. And I know Matthew thanked you for being here, but thank you for your comments, your presence. I think people on stage can feel when you're deeply with them and listening and affected by what they're saying.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate Matthew's question, quote Gabby again, what's a melody for? And Thais said soul care. You know, the San Francisco Opera, we're not the ones in the streets providing direct services, but we do provide soul care. So I hope you can come join us in the War Memorial Opera House. I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to our community partners who are helping us activate the space. Thank you. Yes, give them a round of applause. Those community partners include Collective Impact, Community Arts Stabilization Trust, the GIFFORDS Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, Live Free USA, and the UCSF San Francisco Wraparound Project. And if you're leaving feeling any sort of hope today, it's because of the work that they do on the ground every single day.
So thanks to everyone who was on the panel or helped prep a panel or fielded an initial email as we were putting this all together. As I told you, everyone basically said yes, so it's been an amazing, joyful experience to do this, even though it's some difficult topics that we've all tackled together. I just wanted to say on behalf of Jen Lynch, our advisor, and Jeff, and Ryan, and I, Pastor Mike, to hear him say earlier that he felt that maybe he's not doing enough, it kind of, it touches me so much and it breaks my heart because we all leave so changed by him and inspired to do more. So I don't know if he's already had to run to care for his daughter, but we're so appreciative of him being a curator with us of this event. Also, he gives Kamau a run for his money as far as comedy. And I also think that if they put his picture in that survey about who's the most impactful, then the ministers and the pastors would go right up. Not just the doctors. Rochelle, we all for the doctors as well. So I just want to acknowledge, Ryan, and I want to say thank you to all the behind-the-scenes people running all the technical stuff and the people who helped put this together. We appreciate all of that.
I got to give a shout out to the incredible team on diversity, equity, and community. Thank you so much. I love working with you. Thank you to Jeff and Elena from Lumahai Productions. I hope you all can join us for the reception immediately following. Right across the hall, we've got some food and refreshments. Please stick around, network, meet the people who are here in the room with you today. I also want to reiterate that, again, as I said, if you are leaving feeling hopeful, it's because of the great work these organizations do. Please scan the QR code on your program. You can find out how to donate and support those programs. Send them your money, but don't just donate. Find out how you can get involved and how you can be a part of creating that hope. And next, I want to invite Ash Walker, who will be conducting the Pacific Edge Voices to Go. He's going to show us what a melody can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I've had the chance to pop in and out today to see this amazing event that's been curated. And for me, it's very personal, and I'll share that once our program begins. But before it does, I just have to once again say thank you to those that have organized this event today, that have worked to curate this opera, this production that our society needs. Most notably, Jeff Tang, Elena Park, Ryan Marchand, Cole Thompson. You've been such resources to us, and so thank you very much for creating this opportunity for us to share. I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven done sign my name. Oh, sing with me. I know I've been hey, I know I've been changed. I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven done sign my name. In 2006, my younger brother Avery used a gun in our house to commit suicide. And then in 2013, I was a teacher in Pennsylvania and went through a school shooting event. I remember having to corral all of my students into my office to protect them. And they were worried. They were 6th graders. And I didn't know what to do at that point to further help them in that really difficult time, except sing this song. And we were singing it as part of our program anyway, and another song called Adinu. And it was in that moment that I realized what we've been talking about today, music as a safe space, music as a comfort, music as a societal need like food and water to heal the soul. The angels in heaven done sign my name. Would you join me in holding this note as a drone? Ooh. Adinu bidil hub bi Ana tawajahat Raka ibul hufal hub bu Dini mahimani
Kurus, 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 kurus. Antara
Adinu bidil hub bi Ana tawajahat Raka ibul hufal hub bu Dini mahiwani Iye bom bom 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 iye shoshalosa Thank you so much again. Please have a good day. Please go with that healing of soul that the society needs. Thank you.
And I'm just here to let you know that this concludes the Beyond Innocence Symposium. Please join us for some food and drink. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.